Roker's going to share his one-of-a-kind adventure with us. He challenged his inner astronaut and experienced zero gravity. He had a lot of fun doing it. You do not want to miss that.
Plus, it was a big night in fashion, maybe the biggest night of the year, and Chanel Jones, who was fine like wine.
Oh, hot.
Gave us a front row seat to all the glitz and glamour at the Met Gala. She's going to recap all the red carpet looks that'll have you chatting about all day.
And one of those Met Gala guests also stopped by our studio. Can't believe it. He probably just stayed up all night. Ben Platt, along with his co-star Julianne Moore, here to talk about the new Dear Evan Hansen movie. We loved catching up with them, and we know you'll love it too.
Yeah, so let's get started because it's time for Today in 30. NBC's Morgan Chesky is all in already flooded Galveston. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, Hoda, good morning. And there was a concern from officials that Nicholas would not be taken seriously because it was a tropical storm, but they knew it could get stronger, and that's exactly what it did, slamming into the Texas coast overnight as a Category 1 hurricane, knocking out power to nearly 500,000 people. But it has been the rain that is the big issue here. In Galveston alone, where we are, 13 inches of rain fell overnight. And the biggest problem of all is that this storm is far from over.
Overnight, another powerful storm hitting Texas. Tropical storm Nicholas packing dangerous winds, some strong enough to sway this gas station from side to side. But its biggest threat, a devastating downpour. Forecasters predicting it could soak some areas with up to 18 inches of rain. The rising waters swallowing streets up and down the Texas coast. And this morning, hundreds of thousands of Texans without power. The governor issuing disaster declarations in 17 counties. Emergency workers busy until hours before the storm struck, moving equipment to high-risk areas in case flood rescues became necessary.
We don't know if we're going to get 5 inches or 15 inches.
Daryl Apfel grew up in Galveston and says hurricane or not, every storm brings its own problems.
You can't take any of them lightly. You have to take them all as if they're a Cat 5 hurricane, because sometimes the high water, sometimes the rains cause the same or more than an actual hurricane.
Meanwhile, in Louisiana, so many still struggling from their own hurricane.
I know that bracing for another storm while we're still responding to and trying to recover from Hurricane Ida is not the position that we wanted to be in, but it is a situation that we are prepared for.
Ida's recovery now made even tougher, with Nicholas promising heavy rain and possibly even more flooding in areas that don't need either. Just 2 weeks after one of the worst hurricanes in state history.
And this morning, the governor of Louisiana issuing a pre-landfall disaster declaration. This storm is now turning towards that area where they're not only recovering from Ida, but the city of Lake Charles still recovering from hurricanes Laura and Delta that struck nearly a year ago. Hoda?
Morgan, you're just standing on a regular city street. Is that where you are right now?
Yeah, this is an area called the Strand in Galveston. This rain combined with a little storm surge, more than enough to put these streets underwater right now. We don't know how long it's going to take to drain. That's why officials are urging everyone, please stay off the roads as long as possible. There are reports of trees and downed power lines in and around this entire region. And we know that the winds are going to carry their way through southeast Texas into Louisiana by the end of today.
Knee deep. All right, Morgan, thank you so much. Jeopardy returned for its 38th season.
Of course, trying to find a host to fill the shoes of the late Alex Trebek made for a chaotic and controversial summer. And the season is starting with episodes taped amid that turmoil. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin joins us with more on all of it. Aaron, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. That's right. If you watched Jeopardy last night, you may have done a double take at the sight of Mike Richards, once again hosting the legendary quiz show. But it's only temporary.
Jeopardy, Mike Richards.
This week, Jeopardy fans might be confused when they tune into the show known for providing answers in the form of questions.
And now, here is the host of Jeopardy, Mike Richards.
Embattled former Jeopardy host Mike Richards appearing Monday in the pre-recorded season premiere.
Thank you, Johnny Gilbert. Great to see you.
Richards taped 5 episodes during his one day as permanent host last month, before stepping down amid a string of controversies and past offensive comments, for which he apologized over the summer.
And play more Jeopardy right after this.
But the episodes are still airing because some contestants are still in the running, so retapes of the game show are not possible. And on Monday, despite the tumultuous time on the hosting side, contestant Matt Amodio continued his winning streak on the newly dedicated Alex Trebek stage. The controversy surrounding Richards went largely unaddressed.
Let's do it again tomorrow.
Although one contestant took to Twitter to announce his dubious distinction of being one of the 11 contestants in history to have taped with Mike Richards as permanent host, adding that in line with Jeopardy tradition, he took 2 photos, including one with Richards as host, noting in the end, show producers only sent him the headshot. For now, just who will ultimately replace the legendary Alex Trebek remains one of Jeopardy's few unanswered questions. Once this week's episodes have aired, Mayim Bialik, who's been hired to present the show's primetime spin-offs, will step in until the search for a permanent host continues, and the guest hosts start rotating once again.
So much to keep up with, Aaron. Any sort of deadline, any time frame for when they might decide on a permanent host?
Well, we do know that Bialik will host up until October 8th. The plan from then on is to rotate another set of guest hosts, another sort of tryouts to determine who will take the role permanently. And we should mention we reached out to both Sony Pictures and Richards for comment and have yet to hear back. Craig.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin for us this morning. Aaron, thank you.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us?
Yes. There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This week, we are taking a look up beyond our atmosphere and into space.
But before we leave Earth, Al, you got a chance to enjoy Zero Gravity, a one-of-a-kind flight. It looked like fun.
It was a blast. I mean, we got so much fun out there. After recent missions by Blue Origin and Virgin Galactic, interest in space is skyrocketing. And while the dream of being an astronaut floating in weightlessness is out of reach for most of us, there's one company expanding their horizons by offering more folks a chance to experience life without gravity. On the heels of the space race between billionaires.
Welcome to Space Unity 22.
And images of Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos in space and outside the forces of gravity comes a renewed thirst for an out-of-this-world experience. Awesome. Now, while I can't hitch a ride on one of their rockets. Hi, Matt. Al. Hey. Matt Goat, the CEO of Zero G, gave my NBC News crew and me the chance to suit up and take a flight with him on this. Our chariot awaits. Look at that. A Boeing 727 Zero G calls G-Force One, specially designed to give everyday folks like us a chance to experience weightlessness without leaving Earth.
We give people that dream of what it's like to be an astronaut.
When you have these billionaires going up, is that spurred an interest in your company?
Oh, it definitely has, because all of a sudden people say, wow, zero gravity, how cool, look how much fun they're having. But few people have the couple million to fly up.
Welcome aboard G-Force One.
Thank you. The plane operates in FAA-designated airspace. Pilots flying G-Force One in a wave formation. At the bottom, we experience 1.8 Gs of force, making us feel heavier. But as we reach the top of each arch, the plane slows down, allowing our bodies to experience zero gravity and float for over 20 precious seconds of weightlessness.
Whoa. So just give yourself a little push-up with your hands, just like that.
The weirdest moment is as you hit weightlessness, you can feel it. All of a sudden, you're just released.
Our flight did 7 waves.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Feet down, coming out.
Uh-oh. I think kryptonite is kicking in.
And while it may look like lighthearted fun,
I got you. Mic drop.
flights like these have helped conduct some serious research and training for decades. From flights with NASA astronauts to the all-civilian crew of Inspiration 4, which will take SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket into orbit later this week.
Half of our flights are more and more research on things and how they will act in space and on the moon as we become more exploring of those places. But give yourself a little push.
I'm a little thirsty. Oh, drinks on me. 30 seconds goes by really quickly when you're weightless.
When you're in motion, you don't realize how much time you're doing things until it's over.
All of your senses are involved in this.
Yeah.
Look, Ma, no hand.
And this morning on Today Food, Anthony Porowski, he's the food and wine expert for Queer Eye on Netflix, a show everyone knows and loves.
That is right, and he's got a brand new cookbook. His second book, it's called Let's Do Dinner, and is out today. Anthony, good morning. I don't know anything about food, but I cooked so much during the quarantine, I thought about doing a cookbook. Is that where you got the inspiration to do book number 2?
So I actually wrote the book way before the pandemic. So during the pandemic, I had a chance to kind of like test all of the recipes out, which was really nice. But yeah, it was actually written way before.
And Queer Eye won an Emmy, so congratulations.
Wow. Thank you. It's such a great award because I love that it kind of includes every single person in production getting Best Unscripted. And it was our 4th in a row. I was convinced it was like our 2nd or 3rd, but Tan corrected me.
Oh,
4.
well, when you have so many, it's confusing.
Hard to keep up. What are we making this morning, sir?
Okay, so this morning, bright and early, this is one of my favorite kind of like decadent-y splurges. It's inspired from like a braised rabbit pappardelle that I had when I was growing up, but it's a simpler version of it using rotisserie chicken. So it's creamy pappardelle with pulled rotisserie chicken and bacon.
Ooh. I like that. So you can get the pre-roasted chicken from the store.
And you always have bacon.
Honestly, and the rotisserie chicken is like a star player in my cookbook because it's already ready. You can get like an antibiotic-free bird at the store. You can use it for 2 to 3 meals. It's great for families. Good bang for your buck.
Free bird.
Yeah, start this off.
Sorry, I'm such a dork.
Okay, so basically I've been sweating out some onions and garlic and fresh rosemary, and now I'm going to be adding some heavy cream.
Heavy.
Just a little.
Yeah. Heavy.
Winter's coming.
And by a little, it's a lot.
Yes.
But it's all good. And so I basically want this to bubble out.
Bubble out.
And it's going to reduce a little bit. It's steaming
So you're
up
gonna
pretty
thicken it.
quickly. And this is basically the base for our sauce. And then I have some pappardelle, which is some nice wide noodles.
Already cooked?
And then in the last 5 minutes, I chopped up some carrots, but you can use frozen carrots as well. They're going to add a nice sweetness to it. And I'm going to plop that right in there.
It looks like they're already cooked. Yeah. It does look good.
Real good.
It does smell so nice. Cream with onion is like one of my favorite combos.
My mom made beef stroganoff.
And so I'm going to mix that around. The cream is actually going to separate the pasta.
It's like a nice fall or wintry dish, too.
Yeah. Where's the bacon?
Yes, it's very good for the fall. Perfect. And then, this is so important.
Okay.
People talk about this all the time, but I've actually reserved some pasta water from when I was cooking the pappardelle. And this is going to add like a really nice thickening agent, so it's going to help emulsify the sauce.
Got it.
And I'm going to pour that right in there. It looks really liquidy, but it's going to reduce pretty quickly.
I got emulsified last night.
Don't listen to Al.
Al's he's just like, this is like Mystery Science Theater.
What does that mean, anyway?
We're just making comments that are stupid.
You didn't even
like
go to
my,
that.
Like my Freebird comment.
Okay, but continue. We want to know when the bacon gets in there.
Perfect. Okay, so I have some nice crispy bacon. I rendered some of the fat, so this is going to add great texture to the dish. So it's going to add a nice little crunch. And so I'm just going to plop that right in there.
2 of those.
And then the chicken?
A piece of it fell on the floor, but it's okay. We're going to go
5-second
on.
rule. You can throw that back in there.
There you go. And then rotisserie chicken. So I've actually taken this off the bone.
Yeah, I would do a beer can chicken and then break it down.
I'm using the dark meat because it has. I think it has a lot more flavor.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
Yeah, the dark meat
that is a fact.
And then finally, the last little step, some grated parm.
Oh.
Cheese never hurt anybody, unless you're lactose intolerant, of course.
There's that. Fair.
Yes.
Fair.
Good point.
Like
Can't
you
argue with that.
Cheese hurt you.
I'm out.
There's an asterisk there.
That's right.
That looks pretty easy.
Yeah.
And then it is pretty easy. And then this is the finished product right over here.
That looks great.
Oh, it looks
hey, how about
So you
that
have
mac
some
and cheese?
beautiful rosemary, the
beautiful.
crunchy bacon, sweet carrot cubes.
Pretty.
A little red wine on
Nice.
the side.
Oh, is that little mac and
Almost just
cheese?
bake
Mac
it
and
off at
cheese.
the end.
Mac and cheese is mandatory in any of my cookbooks. I always have at least one version of it.
Yeah.
This is a wonderful skillet version with some fusilli, mozzarella, parm, and some broccoli, so the kids can get their veggies in. Because the only way that I ate broccoli as a kid was either with Cheese Whiz. So now I'm a grown-up and I still have to have my broccoli with
Right,
cheese.
you bury it in something.
That's good.
Anthony, you are not messing around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are. Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
No, I got nothing to say.
Today's going to be a good day, and here's why. The stars of the new Dear Evan Hansen movie are with us.
We cannot wait to chat with Julianne Moore and Ben Platt, but first, check out the film that is bringing the Tony-winning Broadway hit to the big screen.
Oh my God, wow, I have to go to therapy, right? I have to take drugs,
There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with needing help,
Stop.
honey.
I know that there is, and I know that I'm a burden. I'm the worst thing that ever happened to you, and I just ruined your life, okay?
No, you are the best thing. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Where's the tissue box that comes down when you need it? Ben and Julianne, good morning. Good to see you. Ben, I mean, I saw you on Broadway years and years ago, seeing the movie. Somehow you've done it again all these years later, and you really have found that character again. What was it like in this different context, though? And you're older now.
Yes, a little older. It was a real privilege. I mean, I feel really grateful that I got the opportunity to like shepherd the character all the way to the finish line and kind of get to preserve him, because I have grown to love him and the story so much, and I've seen firsthand how powerful it is and how much it can affect people and really change lives and start conversations. And so to get to be the shepherd of that all the way to the screen I feel really, really lucky. And I got to work with incredible film actors that helped me, like Julie really demodulate it and bring it like a little closer to the ground. And
oh, I love how you put that. Julie, you saw him on Broadway.
Oh, my
Were you
goodness.
boo-hooing in the audience? Sobbing.
The entire time. I mean, I was there in the 10th row, like shortly after they opened, because I was dying to see the show, and I was blown away. When he opened his mouth, started to sing, I'd never heard anything like that in my life. It was so original and so beautiful and exquisite and alive, and I was just a huge fan of the show, but never ever thought I'd ever be able to be in a show like this. So I feel so fortunate. I mean, like, what an opportunity to get to work with him.
And
really.
talk about beautiful singing. I mean, Ben, we know that you are a beautiful singer. Savannah and I were up on set, and we're like Julian, we wanted to rewatch your song. Mm-hmm. That brought us to tears.
Yeah, you did a beautiful job.
Thanks, guys.
I told you before, I was kind of mad that now you have yet another talent.
Stop.
It's enough already.
Well, it is a beautiful song. I feel so honored that I got to sing it. I mean, it really is the ultimate mom song, isn't it? You know, to be able to tell your child how you feel about them and how you'll never leave them.
Yeah. Were you nervous? I mean,
oh my God, I was so nervous, and it was really towards the end of the shoot. You know, they sort of saved that for last, and I didn't think I honestly thought, I don't think I'm going to make it through this day. And he was such a support. He was so lovely. He held my hand the entire time, and we had to sing live. I was like, this is a movie.
About that.
Why do we have to do this? But yeah, it was.
It's kind of sweet because actually you helped him with sort of the film acting. Yeah. You helped Julianne with some of the singing. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's a very mother and son of you.
Thank you. It was a nice partnership.
It was very symbiotic.
Mm-hmm. I'm taken by your fingernails, and I know
you.
that you were at the Met Gala last night, very busy and important. So how was it? Tell us about it.
It was really fun.
Yeah.
It was really, really fun. Yeah, sometimes those things are really scary. The first time I went, I ended up leaving. Oh, they're right there, yeah. Okay.
Wait, let's see the outfit.
Looking good.
Tell us about the digs, what you're wearing.
It's Christian Cowan. He's a fantastic queer designer and giving you a little bit of Studio 54, a gay cowboy.
I love it.
But yeah, this time I was determined to make it to the actual end of the event and not freak out because I didn't know anyone. And I actually found some friends. My friend Zoe Deutsch was there. And, you know, Amanda from our film was there too, Amanda Stenberg, who I couldn't find the whole time in the tornado. But it was really fun. I think everyone's just still so happy to be around other people.
How much sleep did you get last night?
Yeah. I packed in about 5 hours.
Oh,
not
that's
too bad.
good. Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you guys know all about not a lot of sleep.
We do, but we're not. We're like Netflixing. You know, we're not at the Met Gala. That's the only difference.
Well, you guys, this is a beautiful movie. If you saw the Broadway show, you're going to love the movie. It is beautiful, and we just want to thank you guys both for coming, and we want to encourage people to go see it. It's real good. Check out Dear Evan Hansen. It's from our sister company, Universal Pictures, when it hits theaters. And by the way, that's on September 24th.
Hi, everybody. So I just finished third hour today, and now it is Met Gala time. So I've got my hair out. We're going to do something fun. Shall we start the journey? Let's do it.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us?
Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it! Last night, quite the show. You had quite the show. You were part of the show.
Netflix last night. Yeah, exactly. I'll hide you.
You don't want to tax yourself, you know?
Yeah. Got a lot going on. So it was hot. So there was another New York tradition that made a comeback this year. Yes, the Met Gala. It was canceled last year due to the pandemic, but came back in a big way last night. The theme was American independence, and I can cross something off of my bucket list because I got to experience the biggest night in fashion firsthand.
Oh, say, can you scream?
Today Show, can you come on just for a second? Just tell us who you're wearing. Can you talk to the Today Show really quickly? We're starting this party, right?
The Met Gala returning with a star-spangled theme for fashion's biggest night.
What do you think it is about the Met Gala that has people just so intrigued?
I just think you get to express yourself in a whole other way. You get to be kind of over the top, incredible.
So understandably, this year is a little different. Because of COVID, all of us are being asked to wear black masks. And the dress code this year is American independence. The only people who walk this carpet are people who Anna Wintour has approved herself. What does it feel like for you?
It's incredible to have that type of support from Anna.
Anna, you look absolutely stunning. Can you tell us who you're wearing this evening?
Yes, it's homage to my great friend Oscar.
From Billie Eilish, giving off major Marilyn Monroe vibes as the gala's youngest ever co-chair.
Who are you channeling this evening?
Who am I channeling? Marilyn, please.
To rapper Lil Nas X with this golden show-stopping moment.
Do you see this? Oh! We've got a costume change, ladies and gentlemen.
Stars ready to shine on those famous stairs at New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art after the pandemic caused plans for last year's event to unravel.
Tell me what makes a night like this special.
Seeing all the people that you haven't been able to see in the last year, that's what makes tonight special.
Hey, Jimmy, your left shoulder covered J-Lo the whole time.
That's what she asked me to do.
What is the best part about the Met Gala?
Watching people stare at bread. What is this concoction?
Tell us who you're wearing this evening.
I'm wearing the same thing as my wife, a little Versace, so we're having a good time. Parents' night out tonight.
Can you say hi to the Today Show? Hi, Today Show. Look at my nails match. The theme, we're all trying to kind of channel our inner Donna Summer, our inner Diana Ross, our inner big hair, don't care. What does it mean to be here on this white carpet tonight?
You know what? It's really fun to get dressed up and also to remember the balance of life. To put on some Tiffany's diamonds and some couture and a little bob and be a black girl wearing what she wants.
How do you keep raising the bar each and every year?
I'm trying to keep up with the rest of them, you know, all my kids, and they kind of tell me what to wear and I put it on and, you know, that's the end of it.
Of course, keeping up with Kim may have proven a little difficult as she tried anonymity on for size. Along with the glitz and glamour, we also made time for plenty of selfies.
Say cheese. 1, 2, 3. Oh, this hair is everything.
And just one opportunity to fangirl.
You were my inspiration tonight. I kid you not. Oh my gosh. I hope I did you proud.
No, you did.
I hope I did you proud.
And fresh off the Tokyo Olympics, gymnast Simone Biles flexing her fashion muscles in an 88-pound showgirl-inspired gown.
How does it feel to be on this red, actually white carpet?
It feels insane. It feels unreal.
Newly crowned Olympic all-around champ Suni Lee fittingly dressed in gold as she thanks Simone for enlisting the help of Today to surprise her father with a new wheelchair earlier this month.
My dad is doing a lot better, and I think he loves the chair. It just has been amazing, and I'm so thankful for Simone.
A bit of gratitude, always in style.
It was so much fun. I feel like as adults, sometimes we lose our sense of wonder. And so last night, I felt like that's what it was. The way kids are allowed to go outside and have recess and play and be creative and splatter paint on something. For adults, this was that. Put on some crazy outfit, have a good time, eat the vegan or vegetarian food or whatever it is. And
If you can. Yeah, my sense of wonder was, I wonder what they're wearing.
I know, it was so much fun.
I like your hair.
Yeah.
This was fun as well. Thank you. Shout out to Bianca. And our
Are you going to do that every day now?
It'll probably be here till I'm having a party on Saturday, so it'll probably be
Here till Friday. Try the deal.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, coming up next.
Seriously, thank you, Gabby. Gabrielle
Very
Union
nice.
is the one who inspired me.
Another big show for you tomorrow on Today.
Yeah, we do. We're catching up with the coaches from the new season of The Voice.
Then Jill's back with another great list of steals and deals.
Have a great day, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Today All Day. Over the next 30 minutes, I'll be sharing some of my favorite interviews with you. These conversations include lessons from dads across the country, inspiring stories of hope, and a few laughs along the way as well. So sit tight, get ready for more Today All Day, right now. John, what's the secret? How do you rear a daughter to become a U.S. Olympian?
I talk to her, I motivate her, but the real secret is, I think it's her. I think she's pretty natural. She will be the first Hmong American to be in the Olympic. So I am proud, the family's proud, all the community is very proud of her.
18-year-old Sunisa Lee, or Suni for short, secured her spot on the U.S. Olympic gymnastics team, finishing second behind only Simone Biles at trials in late June.
Sunisa Lee!
And her biggest cheerleader, her dad, John, is still letting that moment sink in.
It's unreal, you know, because especially in gymnastics where, you know, there's only 4 spots available, so if she made it, and that's pretty tough.
Tough, determined, resilient. Qualities that don't just describe Suni's journey to making the Olympic team, but traits she learned watching her dad heal. In August of 2019, just 2 days before Suni competed at Nationals, John fell off a ladder helping a neighbor trim a tree. Now, paralyzed from the chest down, John is slowly relearning how to move.
My hands are getting stronger. My balance is not so great, but I'm learning how to cope with that.
John finds inspiration from his daughter.
You got this.
Thanks.
John, what's the secret? How do you rear a daughter to become a U.S. Olympian?
I talk to her, I motivate her, but the real secret is, I think it's her. I think she's pretty natural.
And from an early age, Suni's energy and talent were hard to ignore.
You know, the first year when she competed, she won state. And then the second year, they jumped her 3 levels. We just continue pushing her, helping her, supporting her.
I understand that when she was sort of starting out, that her dad was so committed to her success that he actually built a beam in the backyard. Is that true?
Yes, it is, and it's still here. Matter of fact, it's in the backyard right now.
Why'd you do that?
You know, she goes to the gym and she practices, but we don't have a beam here, so I couldn't afford a real beam, so I built one.
Small moments that led to Suni living her dream.
You know what I wanted to do before I got hurt? I always told Sunisa, if you make it to the Olympic, I'm gonna run out there and do a backflip. But I can't do it now.
Maybe not a backflip, but you could do some serious high-fiving, right?
Yes.
The Lee family also can't travel to Tokyo because of COVID restrictions, so we'll watch from their hometown in Minnesota.
As I watch her, I'll be thinking if she bring home a couple of medals, hopefully a couple of gold, I mean, that would be so great for the family, the community, and for the USA.
Do you get nervous watching Suni?
I do. deep inside me, I do get a little nervous, especially when she does the beam, because that platform is very narrow and it's high.
But she's been doing it for so many years now. I mean, how can you still get nervous?
Everybody gets nervous when a kid gets up on those events. Once they're done, then you get relieved.
Do you think she'll compete again after this, or do you think this will be her first and her last?
She really want to do college gymnastics. So after the Olympic, she only got 3 more years before the next Olympic. I was hoping that she continue on, but she want to go to college and compete.
There is one thing that's for certain. We will all be cheering her on as she goes for gold in Tokyo.
She already proved to the community, her family, her friends, and her coach that she is capable of getting there. So now it's time for her to go and do it for herself.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it! Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
My wife is an Air Force officer.
My wife is a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army.
My name is Reggie Brown, and this is Captain Adair Brown.
As I understand it, you're an Army husband.
I am.
How difficult has that been?
When one's in the Army, your whole family serves.
Do you think that as a society we fully appreciate that?
I feel like there's a lack of understanding of certain parts of it. Like you take something like a deployment. Most people think deployment is war zone, bullets flying, the whole nine. But a deployment is mental, emotional separation from the things that matter to you the most. And that can be here, stateside, that can be overseas.
Jeremy Hilton has had his own share of emotional turmoil as a home front dad.
My wife, Renee, is a special agent for the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Renee had actually responded September 11th at the Pentagon, and then we decided to have a child not long after that. And in November 25th of 2002, Kate was born.
Kate, their first daughter, was born with a condition called hydrocephalus. She would require many surgeries and years of therapy. Jeremy decided to leave his position in the Navy to care for his daughter while his wife, Renee, stayed in the Air Force. A year later, Renee deployed to Kuwait.
I was a brand new caregiver trying to figure out, how do I do this by myself? Okay, we need to see the neurologist, we need to see the neurosurgeon, we need to see the developmental pediatrician. All the while, I'm hearing about what my wife Renee is doing downrange, and I'm worried about her, and she's worried about us. There's a lot of stress involved in that.
To get through those difficult times, Jeremy drew strength from his own military service in the Navy.
I have a child who has these needs. That's my new mission. I had a Navy mission, now I have a family mission.
In 2012, Jeremy lobbied Congress for better health care and education benefits for military families with disabilities. In honor of that work, he won a prestigious Military Spouse of the Year award, the first male spouse to ever receive it.
My motto since Kate was born is, I've had these experiences, how do we make this system better for the families who come after us?
Chris Field also knows his mission as a military spouse and a stay-at-home dad to 4 kids.
For any male military spouses out there, my first recommendation is to have a sense of humor about yourself. Don't be afraid to say, yes, I'm the stay-at-home dad, and these are my kids, and this is my diaper bag. The driving kids to swim practice, the washing dishes, the changing diapers, creating the conditions by which she can flourish, that's what I feel most proud of. She is an Army veterinarian, but first and foremost, she's a soldier. And any day she could receive orders to go downrange and provide animal care for working dogs in the heat of battle. She is brave and tough.
Captain Brown and her husband, Reggie, find solace from Army life on wheels. Reggie is a professional roller skater and dancer in addition to his stay-at-home dad duties. What's your typical day look like?
It's a lot. Cooking breakfast, getting clothes washed, picking them up from school. Every day is a different challenge.
Do the kids appreciate the uniqueness of the situation?
I think they appreciate it because they get to see us working together as a team, seeing us do whatever it takes to get our task, our daily task, our missions completed.
How proud of this guy are you as a dad?
I am extremely proud by everything that Reggie is and that Reggie does for our family.
It's okay. It's okay.
Proud to be his wife.
I'm proud to be her husband.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us?
Yes. There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
How did you get into sewing?
It started by seeing my sister sew. She would take sweatshirts and hoodies and replace the sleeves with the African and car fabric. I was like, I think I want to do this, and then just decided to just go for it.
Philadelphia native and self-taught dressmaker Michael Gardner has been sewing dresses and outfits for his 9-year-old daughter Ava since she was just 3 years old.
You ready?
Yeah.
How did Daddy Dress Me come about?
One day took her out and said, I'm going to take pictures of you. I mean, she just started doing poses and had a little walk, and I was like, okay, this can actually be something.
That something was Daddy Dressed Me by Michael Gardner, a fashion content brand and social media campaign featuring Michael's daughter Ava wearing the designs they collaborated on. Does she ever say, Dad, nah, it's not really my style?
She loves everything I create simply because it's, it's her dad. He's not making her clothes. But there's a difference when I know she put something on and she connects with it in a certain way. There's a different confidence. There's a different attitude.
Michael's relationship with his daughter is much different than the way he grew up with an absent father.
I would never want her to experience, the pain that I had growing up without a father, not having that support that, every kid deserves.
But you knew your dad, right?
So yeah, I knew him, but he wouldn't acknowledge me as his son. There were times I was in front of him saying, hi, he wouldn't speak.
The trauma of not feeling worthy of his dad's acknowledgement has stuck with Michael into his adult years. Daddy Dressed Me is a way for Michael to provide his daughter Ava with a sense of strength and confidence that he missed out on in his childhood.
What was your reaction when you found out that you were going to be a girl dad?
The funny thing is I wanted a boy first. It makes total sense looking back on it now for me to have a daughter with how I am.
You ready to do this?
Yes.
Michael's created more than 200 outfits for Ava over the last 6 years. His fiancée, Tamar, recently surprised him with a poster chronicling all of his designs.
She felt like I needed to see all that I had done, and I just burst into tears.
Why?
You get into the habit and the rhythm of just doing it, and you don't necessarily take enough time to fully acknowledge what it is that you're doing.
Ava and Michael have also taken the Daddy Dress Me brand to TikTok with creative daddy-daughter dance videos.
Ava, what is it about your dad that makes him special?
His sewing, his smile, his care, his love.
Sometimes when you're out and you guys are wearing a matching outfit, I would imagine sometimes people might ask about it?
We do, a lot.
And what do you say?
I told him that Daddy made it.
Ava, he told me that he also does your hair and your nails sometimes too.
He just did my nails, and yesterday he did my hair too.
You've got a live-in fashion designer, hairstylist, and nail stylist.
I feel rich.
Which is harder, respiratory therapist or father of 3 under the age of 1?
Option B, sir. Option B.
You got quite the busy house, I would imagine. How are things right now?
Wonderful. Everybody's doing great. And like you said, it's pretty busy.
Busy is an understatement. Adez Suleiman, a respiratory therapist at Chicago's Northwestern Memorial Hospital, found out his wife was pregnant at the end of 2019. The couple was overjoyed because they'd been trying to start a family for the last 5 years.
Take me back. What was that like?
We had a pregnancy that we've been fighting for forever. So we had anticipated a June baby, but then we found out some complications early periods of January that, we had some severe complications that might jeopardize this pregnancy. So my wife, Jennifer, was admitted in the hospital for observation. Somehow, some way, Jaden showed up, said, hey, I'm here. A little too early, a lot too early.
The couple's joy was soon tempered by the fear surrounding the premature birth of their son, Jaden, born at just 23 weeks last February, just weeks before the COVID-19 pandemic began.
You've got a brand new baby who has a number of health complications.
Yes.
And at the same time, you're on the front lines of fighting this virus that we knew very little about at that point.
Right.
How were you just managing the stress of it all?
Work and the family were very, very separated at that time. What I'm dealing with outside of the hospital shouldn't really affect how I'm caring for a patient at the hospital. But yes, it was not going to be easy.
Adez visited his son in the NICU after his own long shifts at the hospital, spent working with patients on life support and putting himself at a very high risk for contracting the virus.
Was I afraid and worried about taking the virus over there? Absolutely. But I still try my best to put every precaution in place, a shower, a change of clothing, and even when I get to the NICU side of things, extra gear just to have some protection to be around him.
So we have a newborn with some health complications.
Yes.
We have the start of a pandemic. And then we find out we're pregnant again.
Yes.
Oh, and by the way, it's twins.
Yes. So that did happen.
The twins, Janelle and Jordan, were born December 16th, 2020, just a few months after their firstborn, Jaden, was released from his extended time in the NICU.
I was elated. This was ecstasy. And this was another set of kids that I have to do everything in my power to just protect, to just cherish.
Which is harder, respiratory therapist or father of 3 under the age of 1?
Option B, sir. Option B. I mean, I've been around here enough to where I can manage myself. But if 2 kids are screaming, I'm confused oftentimes. I'm trying to figure out food, diaper, what is going on? Do you have a stomach ache? You're not talking, you're just screaming. Help me out, child.
The fact that all of this was going on as the pandemic raged, did that make it maybe even sweeter?
For me, yes. Having people not being able to come see their family members in their absolute most critical moments was pretty challenging, and watching people die with no one here for them. So finding out, there's some exciting thing going on, it puts a smile on my face after every shift. Once I leave here, let me go find out about what's going on this end of the spectrum where everything looks, a little challenging, but great. This is another rainbow situation for me.
So this shows if they have stuff back yet. So
when the pandemic hit last spring, Dr. Michael Torre was just 6 months into his career in emergency medicine, working alongside his father, Dr. Paul Torre, at Houston's Memorial Hermann Hospital.
He always kind of seemed interested in, pursuing a career in medicine. I never pushed him. I never pushed any of my kids.
So growing up, he would kind of talk medicine here or there, just high school, college, he would say things, how he did this, did that, and we always thought it was cool. When I started doing emergency medicine, and we could really talk very specific about what's going on, what we're doing, and really, connect about it.
But the sweetness of reaching that career goal turned sour as the pandemic surged in the Houston area last summer, filling emergency rooms.
Pandemic came 6 months into his career. There was a lot of fear. Am I going to get this stuff and then wind up in a box, or is it going to happen to my family?
Pretty much almost after every shift, we'll call each other and be like, I did this today.
Oh, yeah.
Just like, I saw this today. What about you? And I think that helps without really explicitly saying, I need help.
The father-son team was put to the test on one of their first shifts working together.
There's certain things we do to resuscitate critical people. And we got to work on someone and help them out and, do the critical care procedures that we've been trained to do together at the same time.
He needed something, I just was handing it to him before he asked for it, and vice versa. I needed help doing something, and he was just ready right there.
Medicine in general is teamwork, and when you're in one place for a while, you know how your team works, and this is our first time working together. And it was teamwork, like we've been doing it for years.
But we have.
Dr. Justin Reed, a resident physician at St. Joseph's Medical Center in Mishawaka, Indiana, and a father of 5, had a busy life before the pandemic hit, but it was nothing compared to what his family has endured this past year.
I get home, everything was going directly into the washing machine, and then I was going to shower. My kids are waiting for me when I come home, excited to see me, want to jump on me, tell me about their day, but we weren't allowing it.
Acknowledging the psychological strain of the pandemic on his team, Justin's supervisor asked him to write a short essay about how he was coping. At a loss for words, Justin decided to make a drawing instead.
It's me outside of a glass window, kneeling down, reaching out my hand to my son. And then in the background, I've got flaming arrows sticking out of me. It just kind of captured the way I was feeling at the time. And I think the way a lot of us were feeling.
Tragedy struck the family in December when Justin's father-in-law and grandfather both contracted COVID-19. His father-in-law suffered a COVID-induced stroke from which he is still recovering, and his grandfather fell victim to the disease. The pair said goodbye to each other via iPads from separate hospital beds.
Grandpa couldn't speak because he was on oxygen mask, and father-in-law couldn't speak because of the stroke, and so they just cried. And it was a pretty harrowing, touching experience.
Explaining it all to his 5 kids has been the hardest part of it all.
There's been hard moments, but overall, they just were willing to go with it, and they wore their masks. And even my 5-year-old, when we go out and see somebody not wearing a mask or not wearing it properly, we'll point it out and say, doesn't that guy know he could catch COVID?
With vaccines rolling out across the country and hospitalization rates declining, Justin is planning on making a new drawing to express the hope he's feeling now.
But this time, walking through that door and picking up and holding my son with my mask in my hand instead of on my face, and with a sticker that says I got vaccinated. That's the feeling that I have now, and grateful to be on this side of it.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Providence, Rhode Island Mayor, is it Jorge? Did I say it right? Yep. Alorza and his 15-month-old son Omar are familiar faces around City Hall.
So the mayor occasionally takes his son to work with him and to city events, a move that's brought praise and also raised some questions.
Yeah, I paid the mayor a visit recently to find out a little bit more. Take a look. Look at you. How did the child care arrangement here at City Hall come about?
So I remember we went to see a daycare center, and both Stephanie and I fell in love with the place. Then at the end, they passed us the brochure, and it was $395 a week. We looked at each other and we're like, I guess not.
The mayor of Providence, Rhode Island couldn't afford daycare.
It's really challenging. $395 a week, that's almost $20,000 a year.
That's in-state college tuition.
That is.
Instead of paying those high costs, the mayor enlisted Omar's grandparents who live nearby to help with most of the care during the week. But every so often, baby Omar is spotted with his father during news conferences while testifying at the State House and in mayoral meetings.
Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us today. It's tough. You have to make a trade-off. Are you committed to your career, or are you committed to your family? As best as possible, I try to juggle it so that I can see him and still do my job as mayor.
Has there been any criticism?
There have been comments that if I was a woman and I was bringing my child into work, then that would be seen very, very differently.
But what do you say to that?
I think that's true. I think there's still absolutely a double standard. And the extension of that isn't, well, let's criticize Jorge the way women are criticized. It's let's not criticize women for doing it either. Yay!
The mayor's wife, Stephanie Gonzalez, a full-time law student, had some initial reservations about baby Omar going to work with dad.
I worried about what people might say, and certainly there are naysayers about whether he should be coming to City Hall or whether he should be present at meetings.
But Stephanie sees Omar's time on the job with his dad as an important life lesson.
It's an opportunity for him to learn that his parents are busy people, but also his parents are people who are doing really important work.
Omar! What do you say to those who have contended bringing kids into work? That is a surefire way to tank productivity.
I understand that, and I try not to bring my child in during, Monday through Friday, normal business hours, very often. Sometimes I do when I'm in a pinch, I'll bring him into the office. We have a nice little basket of toys, so he knows his little station and he knows how to play.
The mayor is not the only politician taking his baby to work. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser takes her daughter to events. Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth took her 10-day-old baby to the Senate floor to cast a vote last year. And Massachusetts State Legislator Dan Cullinane bottle-fed his baby while testifying for his district earlier this month. What do you want other dads to take away from this?
It's not just about taking them in the swing set and the playground on weekends. It's about being an active, engaged parent throughout.
Omar, when you grow up, do you want to be mayor?
You should see his little wave. He has a little mayor wave already.
Do you occasionally get a, yeah, hey, Mayor, it's good to see you. Where's Omar?
Oh my God, I get that all the time. Sometimes I walk into places and say, I'm here too, folks.
That's funny.
Baby Omar, by the way, took his first steps there inside the mayor's office. So, according to the Parenting in the Workplace Institute, more than 200 employers across this country offer Bring Your Baby to Work programs. Every now and then, you walk around our newsroom here.
Oh, sure.
Hey, Today All Day, we've got a great show for you on this Tuesday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat you can only see here. Let's kick it off with pop stars. We check in with Carson, who's covering all the buzzy headlines, including Chanel on the white carpet at the Met Gala.
Welcome back. We are ready for some pop star, and one of the stars of the night is joining us.
That's right. Yes.
All hail the queen.
Bring it.
We had our spies on the inside. First up, the Met Gala, considered the fashion world's Oscar night. It returned last night. This year's theme, In America, a lexicon of fashion. The star-studded night is the hottest ticket in town. Chanel, I don't know what that theme means, but you were there. What was it like?
No one knows what it means. It's provocative, Carson. That's the Kanye line. It was my first time covering the Met Gala at the Metropolitan Museum of Art here in New York City. Yes, some of the biggest names in entertainment were there. J-Lo and Ben Affleck, Rihanna, Justin Bieber. It's typically held the first Monday of May, but it was canceled last year because of the pandemic. But let me tell you, it is back in a big way.
Oh, say, can you scream?
Today Show, can you come on just for a second? Just tell us who you're wearing. Can you talk to the Today Show really quickly? We're starting this party, right?
The Met Gala returning with the star-spangled theme of American independence. Celebrities marching to the beat of their own drum for fashion's biggest night.
Tonight's red carpet, or white carpet in this case, is the hottest ticket in town. And everyone who comes up these steps has been approved by Anna Wintour herself. Anna, you look absolutely stunning. Can you tell us who you're wearing this evening?
Yes, it's homage to my great friend Oscar.
From Billie Eilish, giving off major Marilyn Monroe vibes as the gala's youngest ever co-chair.
Who are you channeling this evening? Who am I channeling? Marilyn, please.
To rapper Lil Nas X with this golden show-stopping moment.
Do you see this? Oh! We've got a costume change, ladies and gentlemen.
Stars ready to shine on those famous stairs at New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art after the pandemic caused plans for last year's event to unravel.
Tell me what makes a night like this special.
Seeing all the people that you haven't been able to see in the last year, that's what makes tonight special.
And we couldn't agree more. Well, sort of.
Hey, Jimmy, your left shoulder covered J-Lo the whole time.
That's what she asked me to do.
What is the best part about the Met Gala?
Watching people stare at bread. What is this concoction?
Tell us who you're wearing this evening.
I'm wearing the same thing my wife, a little Versace, so we're having a good time. Parents' night out tonight.
Can you say hi to the Today Show? Hi, Today Show. Look at my nails match. The theme, we're all trying to kind of channel our inner Donna Summer, our inner Diana Ross, our inner big hair, don't care. What does it mean to be here on this white carpet tonight?
You know what? It's really fun to get dressed up and also to remember the balance of life. To put on some Tiffany's diamonds and some couture and a little bob and be a black girl wearing what she wants.
What do you think it is about the Met Gala that has people just so intrigued?
I just think you get to express yourself in a whole other way. You get to be kind of over the top, incredible.
How do you keep raising the bar each and every year?
I'm trying to keep up with the rest of them, all my kids, and they kind of tell me what to wear and I put it on and, that's the end of it.
Is it fun to see your girls look so fashionable? They're trailblazers at this point.
Yeah, it's fun. I can't wait till they get here.
Of course, keeping up with Kim may have proven a little difficult as she tried anonymity on for size. Along with the glitz and glamour, we also made time for plenty of selfies.
Say cheese. 1, 2, 3. Oh, this hair is everything.
And what would an American-themed event be without members of Team USA? Fresh off the Tokyo Olympics, gymnast Simone Biles flexing her fashion muscles in an 88-pound showgirl-inspired gown.
How does it feel to be on this red, actually white carpet?
It feels insane. It feels unreal.
Newly crowned Olympic all-around champ Suni Lee fittingly dressed in gold as she thanks Simone for enlisting the help of Today to surprise her father with a new wheelchair earlier this month.
My dad is doing a lot better, and I think he loves the chair. It just has been amazing, and I'm so thankful for Simone.
A bit of gratitude, always in style, as the Met Gala celebrates the land of the free and home of the brave. Fashion choices.
So I see why they call it the party of the year. The gala is the main source of funding for the Costume Institute. So to make up for the canceled 2020 gala, they will hold another one next year in May, which, as you can imagine, will be even bigger.
Sure how.
It really was a good time. I think
It was your first time.
it was my first time. It was so interesting because I would ask the stars, who do you most want to see? Do you want to guess who they most wanted to see? I mean, it was almost unanimous.
Beyonce.
J-Lo.
Rihanna. They could not wait. It was so interesting to watch the young stars, especially.
Yeah.
Everybody waited for Rihanna. We were packing up.
Yeah.
Everybody's ready to go. It was after 6 hours, maybe.
Yeah.
Guess who was probably the last to show up?
Rihanna.
Of
course.
But she stole the show.
What an entrance.
But you know what?
You were hot.
Yeah,
Thank
you look
great.
Thank you. It was really fun. I think the biggest thing, everybody seemed to have it in perspective. It was all about just kind of coming together, having a good time, raising some money for the Costume Institute. It was nobody big timed us. You know what I mean?
Who did your hair and makeup? Because they should get a shout out.
So shout out to Bianca. I have a new hair girl here on the Today Show. Bianca, I share it with Amber Ruffin.
Yeah.
And a friend of mine, Sara, who did my makeup, Kreska, here in Brooklyn. So it was we met over at my house. We were like high school girls.
I mean, Cinderella.
Did you sleep last night?
No, I didn't.
We can't tell.
Big night out.
You see, I just kind of slept on this and then woke up. There we go.
Right.
It was really a good time.
Any of the celebs go inside and eat or do anything normal?
That's the thing. When everybody goes, well, what happens when you go inside? It looks like an elevated, I don't want to say an elevated chicken dinner by any means. Marcus Samuelson provided the vegan cuisine. And I'm sure the food was amazing. But a lot of people, did you see those outfits?
Yeah,
I just don't know how much you can eat.
You can't even sit down with some of them. Yeah, you gotta stand.
So and then they also get a chance to see the exhibit.
Yeah.
So, cool. There you go.
I just
There's
envision
your report.
people taking some of Marcus's chicken and putting it in their tiny little clutch.
Yeah.
I'll eat this later.
Taraji P.
Piece of
Henson
bread.
probably did.
When no one's looking and the cameras are away,
Then you're like,
I'll morph into
Exactly.
human. All right, thank you very much, Chanel.
Yes.
Nice work there.
Up next on Today Talks, the third hour has 10-time NBA All-Star Carmelo Anthony, who's talking all about his new memoir.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, the gang chats with NBA great Carmelo Anthony about his new memoir, Where Tomorrows Aren't Promised. Take a look.
This morning, we are going to catch up with one of the greatest to ever pick up a basketball. Carmelo Anthony, 10-time NBA All-Star, 3-time Olympic gold medalist, 10th all-time scorer.
Now, away from the court, he's also a philanthropist, entrepreneur, podcast host, and now author. His new book is called Where Tomorrows Aren't Promised, a memoir of survival and hope.
And it offers a look into Carmelo's life leading up to the NBA. And here to tell us all about it, Mr. Anthony himself. Quite the Renaissance man.
Hey,
morning. Thank you. The book it's revealing, it's illuminating, and for folks who followed your career since Syracuse, I think they're going to be surprised by a lot of it. You write in the book that you hadn't actually, growing up, thought about being in the NBA. It was not in the plan. How could that be?
I just think, well, first of all, thank you for having me.
Of course.
I just think when I say that, a lot of people, it surprised a lot of people
that
I didn't dream about being in the NBA. I just think it wasn't reachable, like that goal wasn't reachable. I mean, to be one out of 435 players, to come out every year to be a part of that fraternity, them numbers scare you. And that's all you was told, like you would never be that. You know, you gotta be special to make it to the NBA. Yeah. So I just thought being part of my environment and growing up where I was growing up at, they wasn't coming to get me out of there.
Little did you know.
Yeah.
Little did I know.
You are very special. And you really open up a lot, and you're very honest in this book. You talk about race, violence, even death, mental health. What was it like being so vulnerable? I mean, and how does it feel to put yourself out there like that?
It was very challenging, I would say that, because I was afraid to tap into that side of it when telling my story. I just wanted to keep that quiet. You know, I wanted to keep that sacred for the sake of my family, for the friends.
Yeah.
That was for us at gatherings and barbecues and holidays, and we get together and tell those stories. But now I'm inviting everybody into that part of my life, which is, I don't want to say scary, but it's a very vulnerable moment for myself. And being in the place where I'm at now and at this point in my life and this point in my career and trying to search for me and find me and doing this, you know, this research, it makes everything makes sense in the book. Like, them stories make sense.
You know, what is true is that there may be a young man who picks up that book who is also dealing with struggles, or a young woman, if you will, and sharing your story can perhaps change their lives. Was basketball at the time an escape from all of those things that you were dealing with? Or was it just fun? Like, when did it become
It was just fun. Like, it was just fun. It was, you know, that's what we did. We played sports seasonal, whatever sport that was going on at that point in time, we played it. So it was always fun, but I didn't love it. I didn't love it. I actually loved baseball first. Like, my first love was actually baseball. I guess that's the Puerto Rican side.
I was going to say, maybe there's still time. There's still time. Life is long, Lord willing.
But I didn't love that. I didn't love basketball.
The other thing you write about in the book you didn't love your name Carmelo. You even changed it for a
I love it
while.
now. I love it.
How did that evolution happen?
It was just, you know, going from these different environments, and it goes back to, you know, you could say mental health and people bothering you and people messing with you about your name, about your sneakers, about your apparel, your appearance. I wasn't part of that, but I just knew, like, coming from New York where it's black, brown, you know, Brooklyn, New York, and going to Baltimore where it's predominantly black, nobody really cared about the name Carmelo, so I wanted to fit in with my name. So I picked the first name that I seen on the board, which is Tyrone.
You know, I don't think that Tyrone.
Better call Tyrone.
Why did you go back to Carmelo, though?
My mother got on me.
Yeah, that's usually how it happens.
Again,
it works.
Yeah, and then these were stories and experiences at 8, 9 years old, right? So I didn't know much. I didn't know much about. I wasn't tapped into, you know, my Puerto Rican side at that point in time. So when she tells me, look, you should honor that name. You should do your research and figure out why you should honor that name. And then once I started doing that, then I got my name back.
A lot of folks don't realize, in addition to all the things that we mentioned, you also give back in another way. You are coaching and bringing along a whole new generation of basketball players. In fact, you coach one of my buddy's sons, Will Graves. But I think that's so commendable because a lot of guys like you, they don't have to do that. And I understand you're actually there coaching as well, like on the sidelines, fully engaged. Before we let you go, I want to ask you about the Lakers, because as you know, there's some folks who have said, you know, these super teams in the NBA, these teams that take all this talent, it makes the game less fun. What do you say to that? That there's no parity in the NBA anymore because of guys like Melo who go to play with guys like LeBron.
That the timing, I just think the timing is different now. I just think that the game of basketball is different. Whereas before, when I first came into the NBA, each of us had our own organization, our own team. So we had to go out there and do it on our own. Now, you can't do it on your own. It's quite impossible to go out there and try to win on your own and do it on your own. When there's so much opportunity now, there's so much money now, the talent is growing and getting stronger. You can't do it by yourself.
Are you hyped? You excited?
I'm excited. I'm excited about the book, but I'm definitely excited to.
You can be excited about multiple things. It's allowed.
I mean, honestly, that's all. That was the reason why I picked the Lakers, because I felt like that was the greatest chance of going to get a ring.
Yeah. I would agree. I would agree. Giannis, maybe not so much, but we'll see.
No, I'm sure a lot of people don't agree with that.
Carmelo, so good to have you in person.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the book.
Normally, Craig's gone by now.
Yeah, just so you know.
Yes. Greg, thank you, man.
He never stays for us.
Again, the memoir is Where Tomorrows Aren't Promised. It's in stores now. It's written by Carmelo Anthony.
All right. Good deal. Thank you.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it! Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna. Hoda has an exciting announcement. She has her own podcast. Take a look.
How are you?
Well, I'm
We're going to Broadway tonight.
Yeah, going to Broadway.
We're so excited because Broadway's reopening. You're going to go see
The Lion King.
I'm going to go see Wicked, but it's kind of fun because you feel the energy. We're going to have Wicked, the performance on our plot on our show in just a little bit. They were out there performing, and literally it was like electrifying. It's like when you haven't tasted a delicious
to ask
food.
You a question. When you say literally it was electrifying, were you in smoke? Were you on fire?
Are we going to call your dad again?
No, I don't think we're going to call him because I've used all my phone of friends. But I'm just wondering, like, were you? Did
was
somebody
I
literally
have to on fire? No.
No, but you're right. I didn't mean to ruin that moment. You're right. New York feels it's like the city that it is.
Well, it's like the lights went on. It's just like anything in life that you take for granted.
Yes.
Like if the restaurant you go to every week is always there, and one day it closes down. And 6 months later, it opens again. And you're like, oh my God,
Broadway!
I love that. Yeah, that's
so.
what it feels
are y'all
like.
going to be doing at your Broadway? Are you going to pass out tickets?
We're going to pass out tickets. We're going to greet people.
Yes.
We're going to enjoy the show. I'm going to go because I want to watch Wicked. I'm so excited.
Are you going to take Haley, or is it too late?
It's way too late. Yeah, it's way too late for a 4-year-old. However, I think we'll do it eventually.
Yes. Well, speaking of moments, you have a big one right now, and I'm so excited. I have it on my phone right now.
You do?
I'm gonna download it as we speak because Hoda is launching a brand new podcast.
Okay.
She does it all. See that QR code, by the way? I'm going to get out my camera.
It's a cute QR code. By the way, can I just tell you something about, because there are tons of podcasts that are around. I listen
Sorry,
to a bunch of them.
I'm trying to download it.
Can you see it? Is it working?
It's a little.
It's too small. You got to get up. You got to move.
All right, well, I'll do it. You go ahead and talk about it.
I want to see how you download.
No, really, honestly.
Try it. Does it work?
Well, I'm a little.
You can do it. You can do it.
Okay, hold
do
on.
it right there. You're
there
fine.
I go.
Did it work?
Okay.
Is it working?
Do the roll around.
What is
do the roll around? That one.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
All
By the way,
right.
your dress is super cute now that we see it fully.
Oh, thank you. So will you just tell us about the podcast while I'm doing this?
I will. Is it working?
Yep, it is.
Oh, good.
Flower.
So the podcast is, I'm interviewing a bunch of different people, and they all have incredible, I just want to make sure it works.
It's working.
Incredible life lessons.
Y'all, look, here it is. Making space.
And here's the thing about it. I was interviewing people, some people you're going to have heard of and some people you won't know. They are chocked full of life lessons. Literally, I'm like, while they're saying things, I'm like wanting to scribble down so I don't forget. We had Anne Lamott on, who I adore. We have a ton of different people. Mitch Albom, who wrote Tuesdays with Morrie. Okay, so just real quick. He tells a story about, you guys know the story of Tuesdays with Morrie. It's this professor who passed away, but every Tuesday he went to visit him. And he said that when people came to visit Morrie while he was dying of cancer, of Lou Gehrig's, they would walk in thinking of something to tell him to lift his spirits. And they would go in, they'd shut the door, and they'd come out. Mitch was there, and the person would be crying. And they said, "Are you crying because of Morrie?" They're like, "No, my divorce or my marriage." And so
because Morrie was asking about them.
Listening. So Mitch walks in and he says, "What are you doing, man?" He said, "This is actually the opportunity where you can say, actually, your problems aren't that important. Mine are." And he said to him very profound words. He said, "When I feel weak or when I feel like I'm taking," he said, "I only feel strong when I'm giving. And so I feel alive when I'm giving. I feel alive." So for him to have the blessing of helping somebody who walks in with a problem, and it just, like, there are little life lessons, there are big ones. You interview people and you hear about their lives and you say, "Oh my gosh, I have to try that." There's a guy who talked about how hard he worked. He thought he had to work every day, 16 hours to get his dream, tired. And one day on his intentions list, he wrote, "I'm going to slow down." And literally he said, his life didn't change when he was sprinting. It always changed in the margins when he paused. It never changed with the drive. So I was like, write that down. But anyway, the podcast is full of those things.
Well, do you know what? So you can download this now. Did you know that?
No.
Go ahead and download it, which is what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I'm just going to play this because, let's see.
What is this?
No.
Hey everybody, Hoda here of NBC's Today Show. I am so excited to share my new podcast with you, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. Why making space? Because I know when I make space to talk to people and really listen to their story, I almost always come away inspired and stronger.
Well, and by the way, good listener right here. This is that.
I am so excited.
But don't you love? I love life lessons. Anyway.
Okay. Well, check out the trailer and get all the info. Be sure to follow, which is what I just did. This Making Space with Hoda Kotb, so we can all listen to it together. I know what I'm going to be doing. Scan that QR code. But you know what? We are also launching a new series here that we're so looking forward to.
It's called
Flip Your Fall.
We're looking for hardworking people in your lives, and they need a little pick-me-up, a little surprise. And maybe it's a delivery worker who always delivers to you and you think deserves a special delivery of their own.
Yeah, you know what? Why don't we just go ahead and flip somebody's fall?
Okay.
You want to do it?
Yeah.
All right.
Jerry?
Where's
Jerry?
Jerry. Jerry. I think you're
Jerry
thinking...
brings our props to us all the time, but today...
Yeah.
We're going to flip.
We're flipping your fall, Jerry.
Okay. Jerry, why don't you sit in your little chair? No, Jerry, please sit.
Jerry, have a seat.
I got the slippers.
Have a seat.
Okay.
I thought I was doing that.
I know, we're flipping your fall. Here's your mojito.
Let's take off your shoes. I hope your socks are clean.
Jerry.
I wish I would have known this. I hope there's no holes in them.
No, they look real good. Hold on, let me just get
and a little
How's
blankie.
That feel cozy?
Oh,
you know what? Take a sip. Is that a good mojito? You made it. Okay, good.
Y'all, so go to
take care of people who take. We love you.
Yes.com.
Love you.
Thank you.
And tell us about the Jerry in your life. He thought he was flipping my fall, but we flipped his fall.
Do you want a foot massage?
Today Talks continues after the break. We have an exclusive chat you can only see here on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. the COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
having sex.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day. Looky who is here.
Hello.
Hi, Donna. You look so cute with your tennis shoes and your red dress.
You know, it's a day that I don't have a segment when I wear tennis shoes.
You know what?
But here I am.
But here
so
you are
you've got
in
the
a segment.
tennis shoes.
Okay, I know that you probably were paying attention to the Met Ball last
gosh,
night.
you know I was.
What were you doing? Just tell me how you watched.
So I watched E, and then I was scrolling and updating my Instagram because you know I love Gigi Hadid,
Yes,
and
I know.
just was waiting for her, and she made us wait. She was one of the last ones. She was one of the last ones. I mean, rightfully so, you know. She's like, you know, royalty at the Met Gala, but it is my dream to go, and so I love watching all red carpets. I miss them. Gigi Hadid, I thought, looked like a Barbie in Prada. Did you see
Yeah,
her?
she wore the white strapless
She wore
dress.
the white, yes, with a little bit of black underneath and the
Yes.
red hair.
Yes.
Oh, I loved it so much.
So she was your favorite look. Who else did you like?
I really loved, you know, I loved J-Lo.
Yeah,
I loved
J-Lo.
that Western look.
Yeah.
I thought that was really
because
cool.
the whole theme was like Americana, you know,
yeah.
America then, and so that is a look, you
And
know.
another thing people were doing is sort of the Marilyn Monroe, Rita Hayworth, that old Hollywood glamour, which I love so much because it gives a little bit of a sexy vibe, a little body, you know?
Yeah.
We love that
Billie
hourglass shape.
Eilish.
Billie Eilish.
She was my favorite look.
Wasn't it great that it was like her time to transform her look?
Yes. Although that doesn't happen for most people. You know what I mean? Like a time to transform your look. Most people just always look the same.
That's true. And also at 19.
Although you get maybe like with the breakup, you just cut your hair off.
Oh yeah, you cut your hair,
You know.
you get piercings. I once had 5 piercings on my ear.
After a breakup?
Yeah, it was around 19. And I thought that, you know, I was really changing things by piercing those
Well, that's
ears.
a good change because you get a tat and that tat's there forever. A piercing, you don't wear those anymore.
You know, Sienna Miller's look, I was thinking of you because she is one of your favorites.
Yeah, I love Sienna
Did
Miller.
you see her? Who else did you love?
I didn't see. So this is the issue with being my age. You can't, like, it's hard to watch.
I know, because you have kids and you're
I'm like,
busy.
we were watching The Sound of Music, and I'm not kidding, which is not as glamorous. Although it is kind of glamorous.
It is glamorous.
And I was trying to teach my kids how to turn themselves into some sort of musical act.
I love, whenever I come over, I feel like there's some music going on. Like
Yeah.
one time I was singing Aladdin with Poppy.
Yes.
And it was so much fun because I felt like I was back in Jasmine mode.
Oh, I know.
It's so fun.
Jasmine mode
to be
is
with your
fun.
kids. But you went to the Met Gala a couple of times.
I did. I got to go to the Met Gala the last couple years. Maybe, well, obviously last year it was canceled, but before then, maybe 3 years in a row. And 1 year, and this is another embarrassing sort of, this is how I act in those frozen moments. And after, so we were just covering it. I wasn't invited to it. But afterwards, somebody that worked for Anna came up and said, Anna said if you want to come in for cocktails. But I was too...
What was it like?
No, I didn't go.
Oh,
That's my
why?
point. Because to go, and I heard Ben Platt say this, and it's so true. like to go by yourself
Yeah, I
into
guess that's
something like
true.
that. Like had I been able to bring somebody that was with me or something, but to go in solo, I just didn't have the nerve.
But what was the getting dressed up process
It was
for you
fun.
like when you
It
were
was
getting
really
ready?
fun. You know, it's like you try to match the themes. Sometimes the themes are very hard to understand.
Yeah, how do you know how to match it?
Well, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you just
but
don't.
you look flawless every time.
Oh, you're the cutest. Well, you know what? I'm so glad you were here today because Hoda don't really care about fashion. I don't care that much either. So to have you here to break it down for us.
I love it. I was refreshing
serendipitous.
that page over and over.
Okay, well, that's it for this episode of Today Talks. Keep watching for more Today all day.
All day.
All day. Thank you, Donna.
Sean, thanks so much for doing this. I appreciate it.
Great to do it with you. Thanks.
First Flag Day, extraordinary film. You direct it, you star in it, and you direct your own children, including your daughter Dylan, who stars across from you. When the idea came across your desk, direct this film based on a true story, but also direct your daughter, what was your first reaction?
Well, it was an inverse of that, really, because what happened was that I had been sent the script with the offer to act, direct, or both. And I got to about page 30, and that's when my daughter's face got imprinted on that character in a way that occasionally had happened with other actors, but not to the point where it could now only be that face for me. And she was quite young at the time, and when I first approached her with it, and reluctant, and wanted more time to live her life, more time to spend on sets. And so it took 10 years before we ended up, and that the opportunity was still there, was great. But originally I was just going to direct her in it with another actor. And it was really out of a kind of very surprising situation where we had an actor fall out for his own personal reasons about a month before shooting, that I had to jump in or let the movie fall apart.
So Dylan was not obviously an experienced actor at that point. What was it that told you she can do this and she should do this?
Yeah. There was something I was so confident in, blindly confident in, about just observing her over the years growing up, the way she would tell the story and inhabit characters that she would tell the stories about. And I was always just so sure, but it wasn't until the first day of shooting, the first scene we shot together, when she just nailed a long scene, where I realized I had no right to that confidence, and I have all the relief in the world that I was right, because what if I hadn't been, for her sake? And I remember immediately being thrilled, admiring, moved, but mostly relieved. And I looked off camera to one of my trusted crew members, and they had just seen what she did. And, you know, what the, was like, where does that come from in that young woman? And so, you know, we were off to the races at that point.
How do you walk that line of being her real life dad and directing her? Are you encouraging her like a dad during the shooting, or does she need to find her own process? Or how do you balance those two things?
Well, what was also interesting is that part of Dylan's reluctance to do the movie was because she never saw herself in front of the camera growing up, though her parents both did it. She did see herself behind the camera. And what was fantastic about the partnership that became of it with my daughter was that she has great directorial perspective. You know, even in the way that one would color a scene, the different colors between the characters and so on. She had and I think we immediately found we had a shorthand in that. So there were so many times where I might have to explain why I was putting the camera in a certain place with a certain lens at a certain time to certain actors. She already has a kind of grounded concept of that, and with a similar bent to my own.
So what happened, Sean, in that decade from the time she was, 20 years old until now, that convinced her, do you think, that she was ready for this? Because I was saying to you before, what maturity for a young woman that age to say, no, I don't want to be in a movie with you. I think a lot of people would jump at that opportunity. But for her to know that she wasn't ready, when did she make that leap?
I think that when I brought it back to her at the age of, I guess she was about 27 at the time, right before we made it, I think that, one, she was bringing more life of her own to the interpretation while reading the script again, and recognizing what a great opportunity it was, and a challenge that she wanted. And then to hear her tell it, she got great encouragement to do it from her mother, and in particular, one of our producers, John Killick. And I think that both of those were really important. And then she had a second moment of great reluctance, which is when the other actor fell out, and I took over because she felt it was, this is a big enough risk to work with my dad. Let him pick one job. But we didn't have a choice, and it ended up working. In our view, both Dylan and I think, feel very lucky that it ended up happening that way.
Yeah, you guys are phenomenal together. I mean, I was saying to you before that there was this real life dad energy that comes through all the time with a guy who's trying to do his best, but he can't stay on the right track, and she's trying to pull him back in, and he's lying to her, and there's deceit and all these things that we all experience in our life. So I think we should take a step back and just explain who John Vogel is. Mm-hmm. Real life person. Jennifer is his daughter, played by Dylan. Who is this guy, and how did you see him as an actor? What appealed to you?
Yeah, so John Vogel, who at the time of his death was the second largest counterfeiter in U.S. history. He had robbed banks. He had been an insurance arsonist. He was also a revered Chopin. He was also a very talented sketch artist. He took that talent later into his counterfeiting activities. He was, by all accounts, and particularly Jennifer's account, in many ways a larger-than-life, big personality, very charming, so on. I met this character initially not through Jennifer Vogel's book, but through Jez Butterworth's interpretation of it, his adaptation of the book as a screenplay. And as I said about Dylan's face being imprinted, I got an impression of who this character was initially from the fiction. Mm-hmm. And with Jennifer's permission, as I went back and read her beautifully written book, with all the complexities of character borne out as well as anybody can speculate on the mind of another, as she did with her fathers and so on. There were a lot of clues. And I'm sure I carried some of those into it, but I feel that because Jennifer was willing, both for me as a director and as an actor, to encourage a lot of poetic license, that I didn't approach it specifically to achieve the real John Vogel, because I was really going to be making this, not mine as Sean Penn, but mine as the director, of a slight expression of what that kind of relationship is, what the theme of deception and truth, and which has only become more poignant in this era. And so I think it was a very intuitive kind of process. I think it was for Dylan, and I know it was for myself.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it! The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Directing and acting at the same time, something you've never done before. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think you've ever done it. You've directed, of course, and done all your movies, but you've never done both at the same time.
Right.
How do you begin to manage that?
Yeah. So there are people who are wired for that. I've got great friends, Bradley Cooper, Ben Stiller, people who have done this, Robert De Niro, who have done it brilliantly. For me, I have noticed in my life that I am overdrawn to multitask. It is not my nature to do it, but I often feel that I have to. And it puts an incredible stress on me. So all the other aspects of my life that I do that with, I've tried to preserve film where this sort of mono mind doesn't have to be in stereo. So I never would have, just voluntarily chosen to do it. I always loved directing films and just working with actors other than myself. Directing is a 17.5 hour a day job anyway. The idea of going home to learn lines, each night with everything else going on was too much. But then I found out something that I had not given enough attention to, which was that so much of the stress of directing that can be, or the energy demand of directing, is negotiating two egos in a scene. And as soon as I come in knowing what the frame of the house is, which is all I need to do to make Jennifer's story work, then I can save all of the time on the set by coming in, doing my bit, okay, and I know the frame is there, good enough.
Do you feel like sometimes one takes away from the other? Was it harder to, I guess the question is, would you do it again?
No.
Really?
No, I don't think so. I suppose if I found something that I identified as strongly with my son as this that I do with my daughter, I would. Well, my instinct would be the same as it was on this, which would be I would certainly direct my kids again. I would love to do that. Dylan's side of that story is that the next time we're on a set together, she's directing. But to act and direct I think I just turned 61, and everybody's got their own chronology for that in terms of their fatigue. I'm not going to be directing and acting again, I don't think.
So you went through a lot as a young actor. Have you talked to her about that side of it, that you're going to be in magazines, people want to take a picture, and there are pieces of this that, hey, I learned a few things along the way, and here's what I can tell you about it?
She's very self-aware. She knows everything that I know. I mean, it's a funny thing, because I remember when she was 3, she was in the child seat in the back of my car. And we were having a conversation where she said something that was just so astute. And I thought I was complimenting her. And I said, you know, and I'm looking at her in the rearview mirror. And I say, you know, Dylan, I can't teach you anything. And she, why not? And I thought, oh no, I've just made the trauma. But it has also always been true that she kind of got born with a sort of wisdom of soul. And I think that she'll handle this well. And I'll be there for her in any way. Her mother will be there for her in any way that we can. But she's got good friends and she's strong. So I'm pretty confident she's going to have a good run.
And not totally unlike your own experience growing up in a family of actors, right? Where you had some sense of what it meant to be an actor, what that life was going to be like. Were your parents initially as encouraging of you as you are of your children? I know there was one scene at the Repertory Theater where you came off stage very excited. Yeah. And what did your mother say to you?
So yeah, they had been very encouraging. You know, being an actor was a proud thing to be in our family growing up. And I went off to become an actor, and I invited my parents to my first play, and she came backstage. They came backstage afterwards, and she said, "You were terrible. You have to go to university and have something to fall back on." She's liked other performances better than that one since that time.
I hope so. It got better from there.
Yeah.
When did your mom finally give you a rave? What was the first performance? She said, you're pretty good at this.
She's been extremely encouraging, with the exception of that particular moment. And I remember when she said, you got to have something to fall back on. In a very cocky way, I borrowed a line from the Buddy Holly story where he's told, you know, you got to have something to fall back on. And he said, I'm not going to fall back. So I was determined not to fall back.
You had that swagger from an early age.
Yeah.
What about Fast Times at Ridgemont High? Was she into that one?
Oh yeah, she laughed a lot about that. Yeah, she has trouble when she feels that I'm doing things for a character that make me less appealing. That's when my mother, because she's a mother.
Right.
So, you know, why do you always want to play the ugliest side of yourself and things like that? You know?
Well, Spicoli didn't have that side, luckily.
No, that was a different kind of thing.
Yeah, that was something else altogether. Well, there's been a lot of that then in your career because of the kind of characters you play. So in Flag Day, obviously very flawed man, and you look at your roles over the years, there's always something in those guys that there's some internal conflict. We're rooting for him on some level, but we see the flaws. Are those the kind of characters you look for as you look over the course of your career?
I mean, one could say, as it turns out, yes. Well, I've had an incredible amount of freedom, you know, relatively speaking, to choose things to do, even to develop things, you know, as an actor with a director early on. I haven't, without been offered every kind of part. For example, I haven't been offered a lot of comedies,
right,
and so on. So when I am developing or choosing things of my own, I tend to go into what is it that's interesting to me in human nature right now. Like what am I asking myself questions about now? Mm. And that can be difficult when you're just waiting on scripts to come from somebody else, to time that to the moment that's what's. And I think that's part of what pushed me into directing, is because I really wanted to pick the subject that interested me at the time I'd be making it.
It's hard to even see you in a big comedy. Would you wish somebody would ask you to be in one?
I would love to be. I mean, you know, I love going to see a good comedy. So yeah, if somebody thought I could, you know, be productive in it, I would be interested. I mean, I've been offered things, but not a lot, and not a lot I would want to do.
We need to make that happen. It'd be a nice unexpected turn, I think, you take that move in your career. So you've kind of indicated in the last couple.
It's the hard one, by the way.
The comedy is.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of these. I remember, like when Eddie Murphy did Professor
Nutty Professor.
The Nutty Professor.
Yeah.
that wasn't, for example, an Academy Award-winning performance, I just think is ludicrous. What some of these actors, Jim Carrey, I mean, there's several of them that do things that are just magic tricks, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Well, they always say it's harder to make people laugh than the alternative, right?
Yeah.
There's no lying about whether or not it's funny.
You're either laughing or you're not.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Your organization, CORE, which you co-founded after the 2010 Haiti earthquake, sadly has become essential during COVID. You guys doing testing, you guys doing vaccinations, and now again another earthquake just a few days ago in Haiti. I know you said you'll be heading down there soon.
Next week, yeah.
What does it look like from what you're hearing on the ground?
It's grim. It's really grim. This thing that we as foreign workers in Haiti have always talked about, which is the resilience of the Haitians. I'm wondering now to what degree we give ourselves too much comfort with that. It's so relentless what the Haitian people have gone through for so much of their history. And this particular one, kind of happening in the aftermath of the assassination, the brutal assassination of the president, and happening in an area that just to get resources to it from the capital, from Port-au-Prince, is very difficult. The gangs own the territory between the affected area and Port-au-Prince. So most stuff, both human resources and supply, are coming in by rotary or fixed wing, and the roads are washed out from this current storm. There's something biblical about it. And my job, psychologically and practically, is to do what the Haitians are doing, which is put one foot in front of the other. And then when I say I really mean our organization's job. And that's what they're doing. They got in on day one with heavy equipment to aid in the search and rescue and the rubble removal and medical personnel. But I'm getting the daily reports, and it's a real struggle. The death toll's still rising. And so many of the churches were wiped out in the area, where, while I am not a religious person myself, what I'm in traveling, working in places like Haiti, the essential aspect of faith is so important. And to have those, houses of worship collapse for them, I think is going to be it should make things that much tougher.
What do you say when you get down there? What can you say to people who've been through so much, as you say, so relentlessly, whether it's natural disasters or political crisis or the assassination of their president not long ago? What do you say when you get there?
Say, I'm with you. How can I help? You know, and you look for ways to be proactive. That's all you can do.
Is it frustrating in some ways? Does it feel futile sometimes to go to a place that it's so hard to recover and you know you'll be back?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. This last few weeks, since the assassination, and with this earthquake, it feels futile, but that's not an operating principle, you know, for any of us.
Mm-hmm.
And when I joke about the sky falling, you know, I feel like this guy, poor little me, feels like the sky is falling here all the time. But imagining it through Afghani eyes or Haitian eyes, the lead you take is, you can say all day, I don't know how they do it. But as long as they're doing it, we got to, you know, find our way to do it with them.
What changes the trajectory down there, Sean? What can be done? People have tried, maybe not hard enough in many ways, but how do we change the story of Haiti from what it seems to be perpetually?
I think the Haitians are going to do that. And I think the way that they're going to do that is because of this resiliency that they do have, this incredible strength, because they have absolutely no addiction to comfort. That in this world where my state's on fire right now, right, with all of the things that are going on in the world, they're going to be the population most tested for the difficult days ahead, the climate issues, it's everything. And they're going to be where the human spirit that we look to find strength.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I can hear it in your voice. I can see it on your face that you are incredibly passionate about this. Is this the work you're most proud of in your life?
It's definitely the people that I'm most proud of, the people that work with CORE. My children, who have both worked with CORE, and all of the volunteers in Haiti, in the United States. You know, one of the things that happened by getting involved with testing and vaccination in the United States was that we were organizing local people. And to watch them take ownership of the programs, young people, the amount of will to service. And this is probably, if I had a magic wand and got one free day to create something in legislation, it would be mandatory service. And that, you know, after you do your time, we will pay for your college education. But instilling that, and there's so much hunger for it, I don't know if we need to mandate it, we just need to help navigate it and then also incentivize it in ways that people can, you know, take that early experience of service Young people get involved in service, it never goes away.
Yeah.
And they understand that they can matter, that they can make a difference to somebody, which is the same thing as understanding that your vote matters. You know, it's just being part of the team.
Being engaged. Yeah.
And understanding that with independence, there's also interdependence.
Yeah. You mentioned the sky falling, but what gives you hope? You're somebody who goes out and takes action, whether you're wading through the streets of New Orleans during Katrina or down in Haiti or doing something about the COVID crisis right now. What gives you hope for our country right now?
You know, I don't want to claim a false hope. And at the same time, you know, there was a phrase by the Indian poet laureate Tagore that I saw, and it was, "Every new child born is proof that God is not yet discouraged of man." And whether you believe in a conventional notion of God or not, which I have questions about, just what that phrase describes, I think I use it as a bit of a mantra.
Words to live by.
Yeah.
Sean, thanks so much for the time. Congratulations
Thank
on
you.
Flag Day. Happy birthday.
Thank you very
We
much.
got to get you one of those sliced steaks with mustard for old time's
Excellent.
sake.
Excellent.
Great to see you, man. Thank
Good
you.
to see you. Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Hey, Today All Day, if you can't live without coffee, trust us, you're not alone. But up next on Saucy, Anthony Contrino is sharing his favorite ways to use espresso with 4 recipes that will get you buzzing, including a show-stopping tiramisu and an espresso martini with a twist.
Italians love their coffee, and I am no exception. Whenever I'm in Italy, my first stop every day is to a coffee bar. In the mornings, it's for a cappuccino, and then later on in the day, a shakerato. And of course, I love coffee-flavored desserts. First, I'm going to show you how to make the perfect pot of espresso using a mocha pot. Then we'll shake up my favorite coffee beverage, a shakerato. For dessert, an Italian's favorite pick-me-up, tiramisu. And then a delicious cocktail that you can't live without, an espresso martini. So if you love coffee as much as I do, come along and let's get buzzed. A mocha pot is a stove-top coffee maker that you will find in pretty much every Italian household. And it's quite easy to use. This comes in this hourglass shape, and all you need is some espresso and some hot water, which I already have in the bottom half of my pot. Then you want to take your coffee filter, and I'm using coffee that's ground for espresso. There are different types of grinds out there, so make sure it says espresso grind, and then slide it right into the bottom half of your mocha pot. All that's left to do is screw on the top half. You want to get a tight seal to trap the steam in. Once you put it on the heat, the water is going to boil and the pressure is going to push it through those grinds into the upper cavity. Okay, I'm going to put this on medium heat. That's all there is to it. This is going to take about 8 minutes, so I think I'm going to start making some lunch. Nothing beats a good sandwich for lunch, and today I'm going to be making one of my favorites, a mortadella and provolone panino. It's sort of like a bougie bologna and cheese sandwich. Now, this sandwich is delicious because of 2 components, and one of those is a garlic butter. This garlic butter is quite simple to make. 4 tablespoons of softened butter. You know me, I always need to use a bougie butter. $1 for every time I say the word bougie today. And then garlic, but 2 ways. First, just a little bit of fresh garlic. Fresh garlic is so pungent and just kind of hits you right away with that garlicky flavor. But then I also like to add just a pinch of garlic powder. It's a little bit more well-rounded and it hits you a little after the fact. So that garlic flavor is there with every bite. Just kind of stir it and mash it all together. Set this aside now that it's nice and well combined. Next, the other thing that really adds a little extra something special to this panino is an artichoke spread. It adds this creaminess, this freshness to the sandwich that I think you're really gonna enjoy. It all starts with just a can of artichoke hearts. I've drained it, and now I'm going to rip off the leaves. I just want the creamy heart for this recipe. And last one, right into our mini chopper. Now just for the last few ingredients. Instead of salt, I'm using pecorino. It's gonna melt into our sandwich, and it's also going to season it. It's nice and salty, and if you haven't heard me say it 100 times, it's one of my favorite cheeses. So a tablespoon of that, and then 3 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil. And last but not least, just a couple of cracks of black pepper. Put on your lid, give it a couple of pulses. We're just looking for a nice spreadable consistency. This looks great and it smells delicious. Now all that's left to do is to put everything all together. So I'm using some sliced bread. This is the kind of bread that my grandmother used to have for us growing up. You could find it in most bakeries, just a good boule, Italian boule. So first we take our garlic butter and spread a nice thin layer onto one side of the bread. Make sure you get every crevice, every nook and cranny of this bread. And same thing. Now, flip one of the pieces upside down so that the butter is on the bottom. When we put this in, the butter will be on the outsides of the sandwich, and it's kind of gonna be like inside out garlic bread. Up next, our artichoke tapenade. Just enough to cover our bread. Tastes better on the sandwich than it does on the board, I'll tell you that much. Okay, next up, mortadella. Mortadella is one of my favorite cold cuts, as we would say here. It's fatty, it's so flavorful. This one has gorgeous specks of pistachio in it, and it's just so delicious. I like to pile it on. Sandwich is all about the fillings. I think I'll do one more piece, just because why not, right? And then some provolone. This cheese will melt nicely, and it's just gonna provide a nice, sharp flavor to the sandwich. Cover it up, butter side on top, and it's ready for our panini press. You can hear that sizzling already. We're gonna cook this low and slow, about 3 to 5 minutes until it's nice and golden brown. I can hear the butter kind of sizzling. Can you hear it? I think it's done. Oh, yes, it is. Carefully slide it to the board. Look at the cheese. Oh, crispy where it hit the griddle. Now that this panino is ready, all that's missing is a perfect beverage to serve alongside it. I'm going to show you how to make my favorite coffee beverage, a shakerato. It is not very popular here, but I think you'll love it. I usually drink coffee with a lot of milk or creamer in it, and this has none of that, but it doesn't need it. It's so delicious. I'm gonna take a shaker, I'm gonna fill it generously with ice. No need for bougie ice here. Then our demerara sugar. It's an unrefined sugar and it's relatively coarse. Then our freshly brewed espresso. 2 shots right on top. And then cover it up. I like to cheat because I'm nervous. Don't want to be wearing it. Wrap it in a towel, and now just shake, shake, shake vigorously. At least 20 to 30 seconds until you feel like you're gonna die. Don't give up. Okay, my arms hurt. See? Saved myself from wearing that. While you might not need bougie ice, this drink calls for a bougie glass. And shake it out. The sugar creates this foam. Keep going. We want all that coffee and all of this beautiful, slightly sweet foam. And that's all there is to it. I can't wait to dig in. This drink is so simple, but so perfect. It's just a marriage made in heaven. Can't get enough of it. Now this truly is the perfect lunch.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Tiramisu is the quintessential coffee-flavored Italian dessert. And it's the perfect balance of coffee-soaked ladyfinger biscuits, savoiardi, and the delicious, decadent mascarpone cream. The first thing we need to do is work on our coffee soak. I reserved the rest of the coffee from this afternoon's mocha pot, and I brewed another one. We need 2 cups of our espresso. So a 1/4 cup of sugar is going to go into this, along with a 1/2 teaspoon of vanilla, just for a little extra flavor. That's all that we need for our soak. Whisk it up to dissolve all that sugar. Perfect. We'll let this cool now while we work on the remaining components of our tiramisu. Now I'm going to make the mascarpone cream. This is my favorite part of a tiramisu. It is so tasty. I honestly could sit there with a spoon and just eat the cream as is, but I'm gonna be nice enough and show you how to make the tiramisu from start to finish. We need eggs, both the yolks and some of the whites. I need 4 of the whites and 6 yolks. Super important that you don't get any yolk or fat into your whites, or they're not going to whip up later. First, we're gonna start with our egg yolks. And I'm making what's called in the French pastry kitchen a pâte à bombe, which is simply egg yolks, some sugar, and flavoring. My flavoring of choice for this is a dry Marsala wine. Not sweet. We have enough sweetness going on with all the sugar that we're adding, and our Savoyardi biscuits. Going to add 2 tablespoons of this. Then some sugar. We'll add 1/4 cup to this. Some salt, 1/2 teaspoon of that, and we'll throw 1/2 teaspoon of vanilla in as well. When baking, I like to add like flavors to separate components to kind of tie them all together. Now, grab a whisk, give this a quick initial stir just to combine everything. And then I set up a double boiler situation where I have 1 inch of simmering, barely simmering water, and we're going to place this on top and whisk away to slowly begin to thicken this mixture, cook the eggs the slightest bit, and to dissolve the sugar. Carefully nestle this right on top. The bottom of your bowl should not be touching the water, and then just whisk away until it begins to thicken. It will lighten in color. You can see the texture starting to change already. It's thickening slightly. It's a beautiful, silky texture. You can really smell that masala coming out of this. You can see how much this is lightened in just a couple of minutes. I don't feel any granules of sugar, which means that it's ready to go. You want to transfer this straight to a stand mixer. I have it fitted with the whisk attachment. And now over medium, high. Let it go until it cools down. It will be cool to the touch, and this will thicken up even more. Perfect. It's no longer warm, it's pretty much room temp, and you can see how it's thickened, and we're getting these beautiful ribbons. Thank goodness for this machine, because I can't even imagine how hard it would be to do this by hand. Up next, one of our star ingredients, mascarpone cheese. It's basically the Italian version of cream cheese. It's the best way to describe it. And I'm using a full 16-ounce container. And just add that right into our yolk mixture. Get that all in there. Okay. Put that back on. And you want to mix this just until it's combined. If you over whip it, you can break this batter. This looks delicious already. Set this aside. And onto our whites. So we have our 4 reserved egg whites, and to that, a final 1/4 cup of sugar. Add that in. Start with a clean, fresh whisk attachment. Once you see it starting to form ribbons just like this, you can bump it up a notch. That's perfect. We're not looking for super stiff peaks here, just soft to medium peaks. We're nearly there. All that's left to do is to combine our 2 egg mixtures, and we have our mascarpone cream all ready for assembly. Add about 1/3 of your whites and gently fold/stir it in. This is to soften the yolk mixture to make it easier to fold in the remaining whites. These egg whites are going to lighten the overall mascarpone cream and just give it this beautiful, airy, moussey consistency. Be very gentle, folding it over so that you don't deflate those egg whites. This looks great. Now that we have our two main components, our coffee soak and our mascarpone cream ready to go, I'm gonna do a little tidying up to make some room for the fun part, the assembly. Grab yourself a casserole dish. I'm using a 7x11, but a 9x13 will work for this recipe. You'll just need a few extra lady fingers, but you'll have plenty of coffee and plenty of cream. Grab your savoiardi or lady fingers. They're super crispy and feel hard, but they are made for things like this. They're going to just absorb that coffee instantly and get nice and soft and give us the best mouthfeel when we bite into our tiramisu. The trick is to be quick. If you leave it in the coffee too long, it's gonna absorb too much of it and disintegrate and lose its wonderful texture. So one at a time, boom, it's all it needs. And then start lining your casserole dish. The first ones have already begun to soften, where I can kind of squish them down. Let's see if I can add one more savoiardi. Perfetto. Now that our bottom layer of cookies are in, it's time for the layer of mascarpone cream. Scoop half of this cream right on top. That looks about right. Then with your offset spatula, gently caress it over our cookies, evenly spreading it from corner to corner. Okay, that looks great. Now for another layer of our savoiardi. At this point, you don't have to, but I just can't help myself. I'm gonna just put a little zigzag pattern on top just to make it the extra littlest bit prettier. Gorgeous.
Good morning, welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's get this bad boy unwrapped. You can see the cream has kind of set. All it's missing is just a little bit of a garnish, some cocoa powder. You want to be nice and delicate, gently tapping your strainer to get just wisps of this gorgeous cocoa powder. And finally, it's time to dig in. I think I want this corner piece. Glides right in there. Those lady fingers have softened beautifully. Can you see those layers? The lady fingers have truly absorbed all of that coffee, and there's very little of the actual cookie left. It's super soft, and those gorgeous layers of cream. I can't wait to take a bite. This is definitely the perfect pick-me-up and one of my favorite ways to enjoy coffee. Ooh, and it looks like I have a little bit of espresso left. Don't worry, I have another sweet trick up my sleeve.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I'm not much of a drinker, but when a cocktail tastes like dessert, I can definitely get down with it. The first espresso martini is credited to a British bartender who first served it in the 1980s. But unlike most nightcaps, this one packs a punch and will keep you up at night and keep that party going. So take it easy. People love this drink because it's so easy to make. The classic version has 3 ingredients, but I like to add a little something special to mine. Start with a cocktail shaker, of course. Something to measure everything in. A strainer. And some booze. I'm using vodka and coffee liqueur in this. The first step is to load your cocktail shaker with some ice. Then I took the leftover espresso that I had, threw it in the fridge to get it nice and cold, and I'm going to add 2 ounces straight into our cocktail shaker. Up next is our vodka, 1.5 ounces of that. Right on in. Then for a little extra punch and additional coffee flavor, some coffee liqueur, just 1/2 ounce. Then for my little extra ingredient, sweetened condensed milk. It's a little unconventional, but it adds a little sweetness and just a little more creaminess. And it's a little reminiscent of like a Vietnamese iced coffee. 1 tablespoon of that right on top. Then just like our shakerado, we want to shake this vigorously. Get all those ingredients well combined, at least 15 seconds. Okay, our shaker is super frosty. And if you thought my shakerado glass was bougie, you ain't seen nothing yet. Look at that bad boy. Grab your strainer. Look how delicious, how creamy. Get every last bit of that. Now, if I didn't already have a decadent dessert waiting for me, what I would do is make an espresso martini affogato. First, I would shake up an espresso martini, just like this one. Then I would fill a glass with 2 scoops, 3 if I really feel like treating myself, of premium vanilla ice cream. Pour that delicious martini right on top and enjoy. But for now, this will definitely do the trick. Cheers. You can never have too much coffee.
Morning. Here he is, the amazing Ben Platt. He is here. He's got a new album. It's out today. It's called Reverie.
Today is the day, and Ben's going to treat us to some incredible performances throughout the morning. But before he does, the man of the hour, Ben, good morning. I know it's early there. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing good. Nothing better to wake up for than you guys.
Well, you're so sweet, and we've been talking about this all morning. You moved home during the pandemic, and you were in your childhood bedroom. I was thinking most of us would just be looking at old yearbooks, you know, maybe do some light stalking of what happened to those old high school friends we used to hang out with. Not you. You wrote a whole album. Tell me about it.
Well, I did spend some time looking at old yearbooks, and I was voted most likely to be on Broadway, so it was pretty accurate.
Ooh.
But
Yeah.
I was super inspired by just like the nostalgia of being back in that space and seeing all of my posters everywhere, and my clothes I used to wear, and just the feeling like whenever you're home, you kind of revert to your teenage self, and so the kind of juxtaposition of that looking backwards feeling with the kind of looking forwards feeling and feeling a little more evolved and adult and slightly more mature. I think that the album came kind of like right between. I think that's why I got inspired, was feeling kind of young and old at the same time.
Ben, one of the things that we enjoy about having you at the show is we've been able to see up close your career evolve from obviously Dear Evan Hansen, Pitch Perfect, and now you're a legit recording artist who churns out like hit after hit. What's it like for you right now, this particular moment in your career?
I just feel incredibly fortunate. I feel really lucky that there are people that want to hear my perspective and hear my music. I feel privileged already to be an actor and get to spend a lot of time transforming into other people and telling other people's stories. And I grew up in the theater, focusing on that. And so now to have this outlet where I can bring my own emotional life to the forefront and really focus on what's my story and, what's my vernacular and what does my music sound like, and have people really respond to that it's very lucky. Not so many people get to do that. So I'm just really trying to take it in day by day. And I think people are going to really find a lot of joy in this album, hopefully.
Hey, Ben, so on this album, you've got some really lovely songs, romantic songs, love songs. What was the inspiration for those?
It's no secret that the inspiration for a lot of the songs on the album is my partner, Noah Galvin, who I've been with for the last couple of years. Oh, there we are. He is just the most wonderful person. I can't say enough about him. We were friends for many years. sort of dallied a little bit with being together over the years, and I was pretty stupid about it and didn't really see the light until the end of 2019 when I finally clicked in and realized how special he was, and we've been together ever since. So yeah, a lot of it is about kind of finally finding that person.
I love that. And Ben, you're also here with a very special announcement. What do you have going on?
Well, I get to go on tour from February to April of next year. And play Yes. I'm so excited to perform live again, finally. It's my favorite thing to do in the world. I'm going all over the country. I'll be all up and down the East Coast, through the middle, on the West Coast. I get to play the Hollywood Bowl, Madison Square Garden, Santa Barbara Bowl. I couldn't be more thrilled and excited. And I get to bring the amazing Jake Wesley Rogers with me. He's going to open for me, who is very talented, one of Elton John's proteges. And it's so exciting.
Well, you're a rock star, Ben. You're legit.
Our friend Sara Bareilles is live with us on the Plaza. Sara is back on Broadway. We love hearing that. She's starring as Jenna, of course, in her Tony-nominated musical Waitress.
Waitress, one of the longest-running shows in recent Broadway history, and it's back for a limited engagement starting September 2nd. Sara, it is so great to have you.
I want to thank you officially for putting me next to Olympic athletes.
I was like, I've never felt less. But if you're talking about people at the top of their craft, you're at the top of their craft.
If there was an Olympic,
Exactly.
an Olympic medal for performing, you would have it, especially on this show because you've been with us for so long. But this is so terrific. It's got to be a bit of an honor that now that Broadway is coming back, and there are so many shows that could have been chosen to come back, but you guys are one of the first. What does that feel like?
No, I mean, it's a tremendous honor. It was when we got the opportunity to be a part of sort of like the welcoming committee of Broadway shows, inviting people to come back into the theater, putting people back to work, and trying to do it in a new way, more intentionally, and of course safely for everybody. It's just, you know, it's a joy. The show is the love of my life, so that's why they can't kick me out. They're like, how many times are you gonna do the show? Oh,
People love it. I've seen it 4 times. Like, I've literally, it's insane. So there's this great video I want to show people at home of the cast. They're rehearsing one of the first numbers of the show, opening up. What did it feel like to be back with that group of people? You're playing Jenna again. You guys are all together again. What was that like?
It was so surreal. I mean, you see us, this is literally the first time we sang the song together, and we're all back, and so many people, this is, of our cast are returning members. This is a real family for us. So to get to be back in the room together was truly magical. Yeah. It was magical.
And speaking of family, I know Waitress was hit especially hard through the pandemic, losing beloved castmate Nick Cordero to COVID. I mean, what does it mean not only to be one of the shows back, but to have the whole cast kind of, go out there and do it for him?
Yeah, it was, one of the first things we discussed when we were all back in the room together, and we're talking about different ways we want to honor him, through the life of the show, and working with his wife, Amanda, and just, Broadway lost a really bright light, and our Waitress family will never be the same, but we got to know him and to love him, and that's such a gift, and reminds us all how short life is and how precious. Yeah.
Absolutely. And one of the joys of getting through the pandemic was Girls 5 Eva.
5 Eva.
It's already been picked up for season 2. Tell me about, performing in an ensemble like this, and even getting to write some music for it.
I mean, if you told me this was coming, down the pipeline for me, I would not have believed you. To get the phone call from Tina Fey and be like, do you want to join these extraordinary people and make this hilarious show with Meredith Scardino, our creator showrunner, Paula Pell, Busy Phillips, Renee Elise Goldsberry. I mean, it's just a gift. I never saw it coming. It's been so much fun. I laughed every day, and we worked on the show in the heat of the pandemic, so we were all so grateful to be with people that we didn't live with every day. You know what I mean?
And it was so well received. That's the thing. You know what I mean? We longed for it. So before you leave, we can't let you go without talking about pie. One of my favorite parts of the show. I feel like it's a character in Waitress. No question about it, really.
It really, really is.
Really? Okay, so this pie is a chocolate mousse with strawberries. What would that symbolize for Jenna?
Oh, this is decadence. This is sensuality. This is her sort of discovering pleasure.
Ooh.
Let's put it that way.
Let me tell you,
I want to give a shout out to Stacey Donnelly.
I was just about to say, who does these?
Stacey Donnelly, she is our pie genius.
They're so good,
They
guys.
are really, here.
And look, we got little mini ones.
I'll take a
Eat
mini
them out of a jar. This
Yes.
one's probably, you want chocolate? Or
Yes,
you want,
I
yes,
want
okay.
chocolate.
good.
Give the pregnant lady the whole pie. But seriously, when you go to the show, you get these
to
little
buy
pies, and they're so good. Every time I say, okay, I'm going to save it at least for the first act.
Yeah.
And it's always gone before you guys even start.
No, and it's good. And you can use these again and again.
Yeah. And the great part is when
Can I
you
have my
go
fork,
in,
please?
they start baking a pie.
Oh, my gosh.
So that you smell pie in the theater.
That's how they get that smell in.
Exactly. It's a real pie.
And Al knows he was one of our beloved cast members as playing Old Joe, the diner owner. And I was just saying before the camera started rolling how beloved you were in our cast. So
Could you
it's
still
so
sing it?
wonderful.
No, not probably.
Yes, you
probably.
could.
But what I will say is that you guys, the cast couldn't have been more welcoming because I was worried. It's like, who's this jerk coming in? You know.
He's Al Roker.
He's Al Roker.
There we go.
That's right there. Look at you.
It was so wonderful.
Yeah.
And I got to do it with Jordan Sparks, and what a terrific time. Thank you so much, and thank you for bringing this thing back because it's so much joy. It's what
It
we
is.
need.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah,
Thanks
it
for
really
having
is.
us.
And there's pie. By the way, catch up on Girls
that
5
one's
Ever
so
streaming
heavy.
on Peacock. Waitress opens up on September 2nd. So much goodness. Thank you so much,
I love it.
Sara.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
If you follow Grammy winner Meghan Trainor on social media, you already know that being a new mom is a dream come true. And you got the chance to catch up with the whole family.
I did. So a long time ago, when I first met Meghan, she told me one thing. She said, I want a big family. Well, this morning, in an exclusive interview from her new home, Meghan is talking about life these days with her husband, actor Derulo, and their beautiful baby boy, Riley, by her side. With 4 studio albums and strings of pop singles, 27-year-old Meghan Trainor launched to superstardom 7 years ago with her breakthrough smash single, All About That Bass, selling 11 million copies worldwide.
Hi, you can do it.
But these days, the Grammy winner is all about that baby.
You're so cute.
Oh my God, Meghan, can you believe, how does it feel to have this little one?
I think I was like 20 years old when I told Hoda, I was like, I'm gonna have babies, just you wait. That's why you're the first person I had to tell.
Hearing her announce her pregnancy news, her dream come true, was pure magic. Oh my gosh. Now, for the first time, the Grammy winner, her husband Daryl, along with their precious 5.5-month-old Riley, are opening up about parenthood and who the baby looks like. Okay, I'm sorry, but it looks like you are holding your husband in the dryer.
Yeah,
I think he's like a perfect blend between.
he's a good blend.
Daryl, you holding that little boy is so perfect. Did it come naturally to you?
I think so.
Oh, yeah.
I'm having a blast.
Baby Riley is happy and healthy, but Megan says he had a rocky and scary start. People talk about the moment that the baby gets put on your chest, and you had to wait a little bit.
Yeah, no, he got taken like right away to the NICU. I was like, where's the cry? Because no one said anything. I was like, he's not crying.
Yeah.
So they said he was full of liquid still, and that C-sections, this can happen. They took him away, and Daryl begged for them to let me see him for 1 second before they took him.
Riley was whisked away to the neonatal intensive care unit where he required a feeding tube.
We were like, what's the update? And they said, it's just up to Riley when he wants to like wake up for reals.
Yeah.
So we just waited like 4 or 5 days. Yeah! And then he's like, let's rock!
Hi, Riley.
And the proud parents have documented every step of the way, including heartwarming moments like this one.
I love you.
I love you.
I'm sorry. I saw the video, and I am telling you, that baby said,
He said,
I love you. No question.
He's never said it again, but that was it.
I'm Megan Trainor.
3 months after giving birth, the singer-songwriter went back to work.
I don't know if I was fully ready, but we did it. Daryl's up with him, and he lets me sleep until like 8. He made it almost easy.
Was that what happened? Did he just let one go?
I don't know.
He's thinking about it.
We got the diapers that tell us if he's peed or not. You're good.
I've never changed a boy diaper, so I understand that takes some finesse and some skills.
Yes, I thought I had it down, but literally yesterday, he peed on my countertop, and I was like, what are you doing?
Sometimes people can be judgy just because you always said your piece. You were like, nope, faucets off. Breastfeeding, like that's about that.
I did a lot of research before of like, why is breastfeeding so hard? Especially with a C-section, my body wasn't like, all right, time to make milk. So I was pumping as soon as I got to my room after the C-section, and nothing was happening. I really struggled making milk. Finally, I was like, I'm done. I did so well. Look at me. Everyone was like, good for you. I'm proud that you even tried.
What do you sing to little Riley?
We're changing your diaper, you know. Like, everything's a song.
Does Riley know when your music's on? Can he tell?
I've seen him one time when I'm singing really soft, he'll start to tear up, like those babies on TikTok and the internet.
Wait, what?
Yeah, have you ever seen those babies where like they'll hear their mom sing and they're just like, and I was like, he hears me.
And Megan says it's the unexpected, simple moments that are some of the most meaningful.
If I walk in a room, he just lights up. He's like, the biggest smile. No one told me he's gonna love you so much and light up when you walk in a room. You're like, oh my goodness, worth everything.
I can't tell you how thrilled I am for you guys. It's just fun to watch y'all develop into amazing parents. Kleenexes, aisle 2. I love you guys.
I love you.
Thank
I
you.
miss
Bye.
you every day.
Bye, Riley. The sweetest,
Yeah.
and y'all, she's so close to her family, her mom, her dad, and her brothers. Her brothers actually moved into the house with her, so she has built-in babysitters. She's always kept that family unit. She's always kept it real.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
First, let's catch up with two of the members of Duran Duran joining us live with probably a little bit of a delay, so forgive us. From London, we've got Simon Le Bon and Roger Taylor. Guys, good morning. I'll jump right in. 2021 marks 40 years since Duran Duran's become a global phenomenon. And it's just as you guys look back at the 40 years, what would you say would be the secret to your success?
Probably not looking back.
Excellent, Roger. I think
we do. You know, we try to keep looking forward. I mean, we've got such a history, and so much behind us, and so many years that we do actually. I think generally, you know, try and keep in the moment, keep looking forward, and try to keep moving on. Really,
we're good mates, and I think that goes a long way to keeping us together as a band. You know, we spend time together and laugh a lot.
Yes, definitely.
On that, what's it like to have young fans now whose parents were fans 30, 40 years ago?
What'd you say?
Did you catch that?
I didn't catch that.
What's it like now because you have a whole new generation of fans?
It's amazing. I mean, you sort of, we didn't know what was going to happen. You know, we didn't know. We when we started this band, we didn't see further than 6 months in the future.
Wow.
And now, 40 years ahead, we've got fans of lots of different generations, and it's extraordinary. I think we all feel very, very, very fortunate.
I mean, you've had such a storied career. Is there a single achievement of which you are proudest over the last 40 years?
I think sticking together, actually, the second time around. You know, we did have a little bit of a split, but when we got back together in 2001, we stayed together, and I think that is a real achievement.
Simon, as I understand it, you went into the studio in late 2018. After you'd put out Paper Gods, you maybe could have recorded 2 or 3 songs and released an EP.
Yeah.
But here we are now, a couple years after that, with a full track list that is future past. Where did COVID play a role in that?
Well, COVID came in, as you know, about a year and a couple of months after we started the project, and it really stopped everything. You know, our producer sent us an email saying, "I'm not coming to the studio anymore," and that really stopped everything in its tracks. And we were trying to get the album out in 2020. But 2020 was it got written off, really. But in that year, in between when everything closed down, and which also included us coming back to work and getting the project started again, we all had a chance to step back and really, in the same way as an artist would with a picture, and we stepped back and we saw where the weaknesses were and where the strengths were, and we were able to make it a much better album for that.
It's very cool. Got a lot of collaborations on it. I see you got Graham from Blur's playing guitar. I think Licky Lee's got some vocals on it. It's just a really cool album. You have 3 great producers. But specifically, Simon or John, tell me about working with Mark Ronson, because we here in the States know so much of his successful tracks.
Yeah, I mean, we worked with Mark for many years, and we love to work with Mark. I mean, he's such an inspirational guy to work with. So it was great to work with Mark here on this record. It was a great collaboration. But I think generally we feel as though we're at such a great moment right now, because as Simon was saying, we've been locked away for so long. with the lockdown and everything. And, we've just finished the album as we seem to be coming out of this whole thing. And it just seems such a beautiful moment.
Yeah. By the way, this is Roger, not John.
Yes, not John. I'm the other Taylor.
Yes. Right. So, right. Gotcha. Sorry about that. How do you think your music is different from back in the days of MTV? I know that Nick's talked a lot about your sort of sonic landscape and the importance of Duran Duran's music, its relationship with technology, which you see in the Invisible video. How do you think that your music's evolved?
It's evolved as music has evolved. We've always gone into the studio with an experimental mindset. We've always wanted to discover new music for the band, but at the same time, there is a sound that is always Duran Duran. It's got a lot to do with the way I sing. It's got a lot to do with the way Roger plays the drums and John plays the bass guitar, the kind of sounds that Nick makes on his keyboard. But we're always listening to new music as well. And I think we're very affected by the great progress and developments that are happening in the art form. While we're doing our thing, the stuff that other artists are doing.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are We are talking about Tesher and Jason Derulo's Jalebi Baby. It already has nearly 200 million global streams, and it's one of the year's biggest songs on TikTok.
They're going to treat us to an exclusive performance here in just a minute, but first, let's catch up with them. Tesher, Jason, good to see you both. Good morning. How are you guys doing today?
Good.
Doing very
Good morning,
well.
guys.
Good to see y'all.
Good to see you, too. Tesher, let me start with you. And by the way, congrats, man. You're absolutely blowing up right now. But for those who are watching the Today Show this morning, explain what Jalebi Baby means.
So it's Jalebi Baby. A jalebi is actually a South Asian sweet, most commonly found in like India, Pakistan, that region. And it's just like a syrup-based sweet. To be honest, actually, I think I could just demonstrate right here. This is a jalebi.
It's a jalebi.
I came prepared. But it's a very syrupy and sweet dessert, commonly found at celebrations, Indian weddings. And I loved it so much, I made a song about it.
There you go.
But not to be outdone here, Tesher, we actually have some jalebis here
look at this.
in the studio. So we wanted to get in on the... I'm going to try jalebi.
Wait, so how would you describe what this tastes like? Because it looks like...
Look, on TV, it looked like a churro.
It did.
But it's not. It's,
that's
try it.
I like that.
They're very sweet. Jason actually got the chance to make some. So
that's good.
Jason Derulo, man of many talents.
I did, man. And honestly, I got to say, I'm a little jealous. You know, it's early, bright and early in the morning, y'all eating jalebis, and I got nothing.
For people at home, I didn't
got
expect
you.
it to taste like this. It tastes like a funnel cake.
Yes.
Like
dipped in sugar. Sweet,
So good.
very sweet and delicious.
By the way, Jason, I follow you on social. You had a busy year. I waited along for the gender reveal with the rest of the world to see what you were having. And now I can say, obviously, you have a baby boy. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How's it been?
You know, it's actually incredible.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
I think we lost his audio for a second. Let's try to get it back. Tesher, while we try to get Jason's audio back, this is the first time you guys have collaborated. How did the collab come about?
Very organically, actually. Basically, so my song was just blowing up all over TikTok and the internet, and it kind of caught the ear of Jason Derulo, which was kind of crazy because I was in a place where I was thinking, how can I help take my song to the next level? And Jason was one of the guys that I actually had in mind to bring it to that next level because he makes high energy records. He knows how songs can transcend through the internet into the mainstream, into the actual, into the world, you know, and be played on the radio. So he actually came to me and said, you know, this song, it's caught my ear. I really like it. And he believed in the record enough to lend his voice to it and be a part of it and take it to the next level, which you will see we did.
I love it.
There's so many artists, Tesher, who are hoping that scenario happens to them because access to success in mainstream, through Jason Derulo discovering your song, through utilizing his 50 million social impressions and TikTok. I mean, this is such a great moment for you. How do you capitalize on it? What do you plan to do kind of in the next 6 months?
Man, I'm just so happy that this is happening. Like you said, a lot of artists dream for this opportunity. And so above all, I'm just humbled and thankful to have the opportunity, especially for a song that's so rooted in South Asian identity. It's very rare that we have a song that's not even entirely in English. It's actually in Punjabi. And that gets to transcend to the mainstream. That has not happened in a long, long time. So for me, I'm happy that this is a great moment for the culture. But also, I just want to take this opportunity and run with it, man. I just want to keep making more music, keep entertaining people, and above all, just keep sharing my art with the world.
Good for you.
Yeah, good for you, man. Yeah, equal parts humble and smart.
Hello and welcome to Consumer Confidential on Today All Day. I'm NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen. This week, we are sharing insights about the COVID-19 pandemic. We talked to 4 vaccinated people about their breakthrough infections and why they're encouraging others to get vaccinated. Plus, effective ways to stop the spread, including tips on the right way to wear a mask and more details about COVID-19 antibodies. All of that and more coming up on Today All Day.
In the headlines,
COVID breakthrough infections.
From athletes,
an outbreak in the New York Yankees clubhouse,
to politicians, to everyday Americans.
When I tested positive, I was like, what is going on?
So what is breakthrough COVID? It's when a person tests positive at least 2 weeks after being fully vaccinated, sometimes without any symptoms, other times feeling classic COVID symptoms, loss of smell and taste, fever, aches, and cough. An NBC News analysis found health departments in 42 states have recorded a total of at least 248,000 breakthrough cases. While the CDC does not track those infections, they do record hospitalizations and deaths from breakthroughs. As of August 17th, the CDC has reported 7,600 cases where a fully vaccinated person with COVID was hospitalized, and almost 1,600 cases where someone died. Still, it's a tiny fraction of the 168 million Americans who are fully vaccinated.
Who was surprised that they got sick?
We spoke with 4 people who told us they're among those with a breakthrough infection.
Did you change your behaviors after getting the shot?
Absolutely did. I stopped wearing a mask 2 weeks after I got my second dose.
I definitely started hanging out with friends more.
Jessica and Jack both had the Pfizer vaccine. Adam had Moderna, and Risa had the Johnson & Johnson single shot.
What were your emotions when you learned that you had tested positive even after being fully vaccinated?
Disappointment and frustration. I can't believe that this is happening after all of this time. We've been so careful. It's really just like a gut punch.
They experienced a range of symptoms.
I started out with a head cold. I thought that it was just allergies.
Fever, chills, fatigue, I had a terrible headache.
All 4 told us they had body aches and a fever.
The symptoms only lasted maybe 3 to 4 days.
And 2 of the 4 had a bad cough.
I was quite sick, and my wife was too.
While they said they weren't hospitalized, nor did they experience any major respiratory issues, they all said they temporarily lost their sense of smell.
The vaccines work, but don't expect the vaccine to prevent you from getting infected.
Dr. Kavita Patel is a primary care physician and NBC News contributor.
Are these breakthrough infections more common than you expected?
It's a little higher than expected, especially what I attribute this to is the Delta variant being more infectious.
What do you say to people who question the effectiveness of the vaccine if we're seeing so many breakthroughs?
These vaccines are miracles. One, they prevent death. Almost all throughout these breakthrough cases, we do not see people dying. We do not see people having severe hospitalizations, ending up in intensive care units. That is an incredible reason to get the vaccine.
Are there any groups that are more likely to experience a breakthrough infection?
The majority of breakthrough infections we're seeing with limited data tend to be older, but we're seeing people at all ages getting breakthrough infections.
Do any of the vaccines make you more susceptible to a breakthrough infection?
No, you're seeing breakthrough infections in levels across all 3 available vaccines in the United States.
Despite having COVID, these 4 believe the vaccine protected them from getting severely ill.
We're all way more protected.
And I just think that the more people who get vaccinated, the safer we all will be.
With the small but growing number of breakthrough cases we're seeing, some public health officials are urging the CDC to track these infections, similar to what other countries like Israel are doing. A reminder for all of us to prevent COVID spread, go back to basics. Stay outdoors when possible, avoid crowds, and keep your distance. And when you do have to go inside, wear a double-layered mask over your mouth and nose. Remember, this is a virus that spreads easily through the air, so the less time you spend in close contact with strangers, the lower your risk of getting sick. It's important to remind ourselves, even those who are fully vaccinated.
It's people have a lot of questions about breakthrough infections, but just the bottom line is you're much better off having the vaccine because even if you get a breakthrough infection, the chances of hospitalization and death are dramatically less.
Exactly as Dr. Patel said, and that's why she thinks it's such a miracle.
But how much of a difference does a mask really make?
Well, NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen joins us with an eye-opening look. Hey, Vicki.
Hey, good morning, Hoda and Craig. As you know, our coughs and sneezes spray thousands of droplets into the air, and those droplets can carry bacteria and the coronavirus. So this morning, we're showing you how the virus might travel by looking for bacteria from a cough, my cough. Medical experts say it's a valid comparison, and the results, even surprising, are certified microbiologists.
It's a dreaded sound sure to turn heads. Coughing or sneezing in the age of corona.
I work for Costco and I'm asking this member to put on a mask because that is our company policy.
Who can forget this clash? A Costco customer in Colorado refusing to wear a mask.
And I'm not doing it because I woke up in a free country.
Face coverings are causing some mouth-to-mask showdowns across the country.
We're just going to be able to detect bacteria.
So we enlisted the help of microbiologist Susan Whittier at Columbia University to show us what masks can actually do when we cough.
This isn't going to show me what kind of virus might come out. This is not how you would collect a virus. But what does it tell you?
I think it's just a good marker or a good representation of what happens when we cough or, even worse, sneeze, of potential pathogens coming out of our mouth.
Whittier points out coronavirus cells won't multiply on a petri dish, but she says the dishes can capture bacteria from my cough.
The lab sent over these petri dishes, and I'm going to show you how effective different types of face coverings are. First, I'm going to cough into a petri dish using a cloth mask. Then I'm going to show you what happens with a common surgical mask. And then finally, the N95, which is supposed to be the most effective. These are reserved for healthcare workers, and I have one from when I covered wildfires in California. And of course, I'm going to show you what happens when I cough without any face covering at all.
You're literally just going to hold it about 6 inches away from your mouth.
And I should cough how many times?
I would say 2 or 3. You're going to be grossed out by what grows on the plates no matter what. Don't worry.
Okay.
I get to work, coughing away, right into the petri dishes.
pretty gross. I labeled each dish and dropped them off for my producer to take straight to the lab.
All right. Thank you.
After 24 hours in an incubator at body temperature, our first peek. Look, bacteria is already growing on the dish I coughed on without a mask. Nothing yet on the other 3. After 48 hours, more growth on that same dish, but still nothing on the rest of the dishes. And then finally, after 60 hours, 2.5 days after I coughed onto the dishes, a surprise.
What was the result after 2.5 days?
Well, it was super exciting. I was expecting some growth, and to my surprise, we didn't have growth on any plates when you had any kind of face covering on. So that was great news.
The 3 masks, cloth, surgical, and N95, all stopped any bacteria from landing on the Petri dish. But check out the dish I coughed on without a mask. It's covered in bacteria. Look at all that growth.
What exactly was that was growing on the Petri dish, and is that normal?
So the things that we recovered on the cough plate are normal mouth bacteria. So we had a lot of Streptococcus viridans. We had some staph species, just things that we would normally find in everybody's mouth.
Normal.
Normal.
By comparing all 4 dishes side by side, you can see each mask kept my cough and bacteria from spreading.
What did this tell you about the effectiveness of masks?
I think across the country, as states reopen, it's going to be more reassuring for people to know that, yeah, I'm wearing a mask because I'm protecting myself and I'm protecting the people around me.
And we just want to reiterate, Whittier says it's not possible through a demonstration like this to show how much virus comes out because viruses need living cells. They can't grow on a Petri dish the way bacteria does, but it certainly shows what else is in your cough or sneeze.
Yeah. I mean, we know that these N95 masks are supposed to be the most effective, but based on that story, what's the difference between those and a surgical or cloth mask?
Everyone was surprised that demonstration essentially showed no difference between the N95, the cloth, and the surgical mask. But when it comes to cloth, researchers have found a couple layers do work better. Silk and cotton were shown to be really effective at blocking particles. And remember, the main purpose of the mask is to protect those around you. But those masks also provide you a degree of protection.
Oh, they do.
And bandanas, too. People wear those a lot. And it's safe to say that if you have that covering, it certainly blocks a lot.
Sure was, Vicky.
Thank you for coughing so much for us. Thank you.
Anything for the cause.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
People walking around with their masks over their mouth, but not quite over their noses. A new study finds that may defeat the purpose because your nose is a key route of infection, whether you're inhaling or exhaling the virus.
From Major League Baseball players to celebrities, masks have become the must-have accessory of 2020, worn to help slow the spread of COVID-19, according to guidance from the CDC. While face coverings come in a variety of forms, new research suggests there's only one way to wear them effectively. They should cover your mouth and especially your nose, According to a new study by researchers at the University of North Carolina, the cells lining the nose were significantly more likely to become infected with and shed the coronavirus than those lining the throat and lungs, meaning every time an infected person exhales through their nose, they're likely releasing a higher concentration of virus than if exhaling through their mouth. These findings leave no room for the so-called chin strap look.
If somebody's wearing their mask, like we've all seen people wear, covering their mouth but not necessarily covering their nose, then they're still getting the majority of that virus in their body out into the environment, which means they can infect other people. So bringing that mask up, covering the nose, is one of the most important steps you can make.
It didn't take long to sniff out some uncovered noses while walking the streets of New York City.
Did you know you're wearing your mask wrong?
No, I didn't.
You're supposed to cover your nose and your mouth. How hard is it to wear a mask over your nose and mouth?
It's hard, especially I have to wear my mask at work all day. I'm not going to be wearing it outside. I can't breathe.
Do you mind telling me why you're wearing yours not over your nose?
Because it's hot.
How come you don't have your nose covered?
My nose is covered.
Okay, now it is.
Aside from covering your nose and mouth correctly, mask material matters. A Florida Atlantic University study showed bandanas allowed cough droplets to fly 3 feet, while fitted cloth masks stopped them at 2.5 inches. And if you're making a mask, this newly published study says double the layers.
2 layers or more is what you need in a homemade mask. And the CDC says homemade cloth masks work well. The more layers you have, the better, 2 being the minimum.
And here is an example of 2 layers of fabric, and this mask actually has a pocket for a filter. You can literally put a coffee filter inside, or you can find a paper filter online. Remember, the mask really should fit snugly over your nose and your mouth, and also, okay, this is, hello. And also, you want to make sure that it doesn't move around when you're talking. Make sure you wash them regularly, and you want to have multiple masks so you can alternate.
A lot of people said what that one woman said, like she didn't like wearing it because she felt like she couldn't breathe properly, couldn't get enough oxygen in, or maybe too much carbon dioxide. But what does science say about that?
Yeah, sure, it does feel like it's hard to breathe, but science and the American Lung Association just put out this statement saying masks are designed to be breathed through, and that there's actually no evidence that low oxygen levels occur. Now, they did say if you have lung conditions, using a medical N95 mask could cause some carbon dioxide buildup in your body, but that's only if you have a medical condition. And remember, those N95 masks are only to be worn if you are a medical worker. And by the way, check out this emergency medicine doctor in Dublin, Ireland. He actually did an experiment wearing 7 masks, and he showed there were no changes in his oxygen level and no issues with his carbon dioxide levels going up. We're not wearing 7 masks.
Yeah, but that's good to know.
Vicky, what about those masks that you see some people have and they have like little vents in them?
Yeah.
They look like professional or something, or a painter's mask.
Multiple public health experts have come out and said those masks are not helpful because they allow your germs to escape through the vent. So that's not helping to protect people around you. Those masks, Carson, were designed to make it easier for people to breathe if they're painting or doing woodworking.
Okay.
So they don't breathe in the dust and they can breathe out. They're not recommended for preventing the
That's good
spread
to know,
of
because I always
COVID-19.
saw some and I'm like, oh, that guy got good.
Yeah, they look more official.
Yeah, it does. Now, what kids may be going back to school in some places, what masks should they have?
Yes. So this is a new thing. The CDC is really saying, in addition to the crayons, the pencils, the notebooks, you really should have the cloth masks on those back-to-school supply lists. Several, because, you know, kids lose things.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Having sex.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The President of the United States is in the hospital.
The nation and the world reacting to that breaking news.
The country was riveted. President Trump airlifted to Walter Reed Hospital after being diagnosed with COVID-19. 3 days later, out of the hospital and touting his treatment, he received monoclonal antibodies.
They gave me Regeneron, and it was like unbelievable.
Regeneron and Lilly, two companies now granted the FDA's emergency use authorization for their monoclonal antibody treatments. But the Goldhair family in Arizona says more people need to know it exists.
I know it saved me, and it saved my son.
Maureen and her son Keith say it was that treatment that helped them recover from COVID-19. But they say it was hard to find. In their opinion, valuable time wasted that may have cost Maureen's husband, Cy, his life.
If the doctor had had the knowledge that this infusion was available, it might have stopped the progression of the COVID, which eventually took him.
Now, HHS is working with hospitals and clinics to set up infusion centers nationwide, even launching this locator website to help people find treatment. I'm here inside an infusion center in Teaneck, New Jersey. This is where COVID-19 patients receive the monoclonal antibody treatment. We're getting a rare look inside before it opens. With me now is Dr. Thomas Birch. He's the medical director here at Holy Name Medical Center. Dr. Birch, what happens when a patient with COVID-19 comes here?
A patient who is pre-registered comes here, takes a seat, and if everything is in order, then we start an IV and give an infusion of the antibodies.
Antibodies are mixed with saline. The infusion takes about an hour, then the patient stays for another hour under observation before going home. What have you yourself seen from treating patients with this?
There was one man who was literally bedbound, and after 48 hours, he got up, brushed his teeth, started lifting weights, and said, "I feel recovered." And he was 91 years old.
Dr. Birch says patients should try to get the infusion within 2 to 5 days after developing symptoms. You're eligible for the treatment if you have mild to moderate COVID-19 and test positive and you're 65 or older. Patients 12 and up can also get the monoclonal antibodies if they're in a high-risk group, including those who are obese, chronically ill, or immune compromised.
4 months ago, you had to be President of the United States to get this therapy outside of a research trial. Now it's available to anyone.
But new data suggests the antibodies from Lilly are not as effective as Regeneron's against the new variants from South Africa and Brazil. Dr. David Ho is a Columbia University professor and virologist.
We're going to have to begin to think about identifying which type of virus is infecting a particular person before making a choice on the antibodies.
Should people be discouraged from getting one of these monoclonal antibody treatments because they're not as effective against the variant?
No, I think treatment ought to be given. The monoclonals are the best we have at the moment.
Both Regeneron and Lilly say they're developing new antibodies for these emerging variants.
My last memory of him is when they put him in the ambulance. And he said to me, "You're not coming with me?"
Maureen and her family hope sharing Cy's story will save lives.
Right up till the end, he was, "Please tell people there is something out there and it works." The pain that it has brought my family, I don't want anybody else to go through.
A really important story they shared there. And when it comes to paying for these treatments, Dr. Birch says the federal government has already paid for the medicine. There may be a small administration fee charged to insurance, but he says there should be no out-of-pocket cost to patients. We put a lot more on thirdhourtoday.com to help people find these infusion centers. Guys?
It sounds interesting. Vicki, are there any side effects?
Yeah, the FDA says mild, similar to what you might get from antibiotics. So we're talking fever, chills. That's why they monitor people for a full hour after they receive the infusion treatment.
Hey, Vicki, real quickly, could I just ask, how widespread of availability is there out there for this? I mean, is it that easy to find?
It's out there, Al, and that's why the government is really teaming up with all of these hospitals and clinics. They have launched that website because they want people to know this is available. So if you're in that first 2 days to 5 days after getting a positive COVID test and you feel crummy, go on, get one of these treatments. It takes 1 hour, then you sit there for an hour, and it's really worth it. We should also mention that the CDC says you do want to wait 90 days after receiving one of these infusions to get vaccinated, but they say there is evidence you will have some protection from the antibodies during that time.
Wow. Sounds like great news, and it sounds like a game changer.
Yes.
About the awareness of it. Vicki Wynn, thank you for that this morning.
Thanks for shining a light.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This morning, Reuters reporting new plans for a nationwide study of more than 300,000 Americans to try and track the spread of the coronavirus. The CDC will test samples from blood donors in 25 cities, looking for antibodies, which are created by the immune system after it fights off the virus.
About to take the antibody testing.
We first gave you an inside look at what it's like to take an antibody test last month.
There's a huge line outside.
3 NBC News producers, David, Michelle, and Lauren, all had different symptoms of COVID-19 over the last 3 months. Cough, fever, body aches, even nausea and loss of smell. But they never got a diagnostic test.
If it's positive, it could mean I had the coronavirus back in March.
So they volunteered to take an antibody test after they recovered. The results, Michelle and Lauren positive, David negative. But with more than 150 of these tests now on the market, many not authorized by the FDA, health officials have sounded the alarm on their accuracy. So our producers volunteered to roll up their sleeves again to see how the tests compare.
Let's see what Quest Laboratories finds in my blood.
They offer direct-to-consumer antibody testing. Simply sign up online and make an appointment with the lab.
You just sign up on your own. You don't even need to go see a doctor.
Then they used telemedicine.
So I had heard today that you guys were now going to be doing antibody tests.
This time, the producers had a 5-minute video visit with the doctor online who ordered the test through LabCorp. Last, they went to Mount Sinai Hospital in New York.
Let's head on in.
Which developed its own test, available for healthcare workers, first responders, and people like our producers interested in donating their plasma for research.
So we'll see if these test results are similar to the other ones.
All of the tests involved a blood draw, and the results back in about 24 hours. For all 4 tests, the results were consistent. Lauren and Michelle positive, David negative.
What do you take away from that? The fact that our producers took 4 different antibody tests and got the same results each and every time.
Yeah, that's great. I think that hopefully over time, we'll see which of these tests perform the best.
There are a few that are FDA authorized under emergency use authorizations to be able to be used, and those tend to be more reliable, up to 100% reliability.
Before taking any antibody test, check the FDA's website to see which ones are authorized, and make sure you ask the lab or doctor which one they use before you go.
Is there anything someone should do differently if they know that they developed the antibody for this virus?
We're really recommending that people proceed with caution, continue all the recommended things that everybody needs to do right now. Wear a mask, wash your hands, clean your surfaces.
It's ideal to take an antibody test 3 to 4 weeks after feeling symptoms. While you're sick is a different test, now becoming more widely available. It's Diagnostic. You take that test before or during symptoms. Some newer versions use saliva samples.
The reliability of the diagnostic test depends on which test you're getting.
The FDA says molecular or PCR tests are the most reliable and can take up to a week for results. Also, a new type of diagnostic test called an antigen test can diagnose COVID-19 in less than an hour. The FDA approved it for emergency use, but also warns it may not be accurate every time.
It still can have false negatives, which means that they tell you you're negative when in fact you actually have the disease, and that's one of the concerning things.
Because you could be spreading it to others unknowingly.
Exactly.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played.
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie. Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you
Okay.
guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, all day.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world.
Woo!
Egypt, a country that goes back far into history, where the dead were more illustrious than the living, a society dedicated to the afterlife. Massive monuments celebrate its great kings and queens, their bodies mummified and laid to rest for eternity inside colossal pyramids. Or, like in the Valley of the Kings, buried in hidden tombs beneath the desert. This is the tomb of Ramesses III. Ramesses was murdered in a plot masterminded by his wife, Queen Tia. The slain pharaoh was entombed here 3,000 years ago, but his mummy is not here. So where did it go? The answer to that question was buried at the top of this mountain.
They're singing for you. I don't care.
They're singing for me?
Yes.
Dr. Zahi Hawass is Egypt's leading archaeologist. He's taking me into a narrow shaft, 50 feet down, inside the mountain.
Hi, how are you? أهلا وسهلا مرحبا بك شرفتنا.
يلا ريس علي. الله.
To a sealed entrance.
الله أكبر.
Okay, Kurt. Watch out for the snakes.
Watch out for the snakes.
Yeah.
It's really claustrophobic. In these tunnels, 150 years ago, archaeologists made an astonishing discovery.
They found mummy after mummy after a mummy, the greatest pharaohs who ruled Egypt in the time of the Golden Age.
The mummies had been taken from their tombs and reburied here in antiquity to protect them from tomb raiders. Among the 50 royal mummies discovered here, they found Ramesses, and beside him, a strange and terrifying corpse.
A screaming mummy.
The screaming mummy. It sounds intriguing, but who was he? To answer that question, I travelled to Cairo and its famous Egyptian museum on the trail of a 3,000-year-old murder mystery. In a back room in the museum, I am shown the unmarked coffin found in the cave. The serene face carved on the lid is very different from the one inside. The screaming mummy had been executed, experts here think, for the murder of Ramesses.
Look, you can see evidence of hanging his hair. They put him under the ropes. He could and stay like this. That's why the screaming mummy has opened mouth.
Many of Egypt's royal mummies were embalmed here, under the watchful eyes of the Sphinx, in this temple.
Mummification happening here.
It was a 70-day process, pretty gruesome too.
First step, empty the body of mummy from everything.
All of the insides were out.
Just only heart.
Leave the heart.
Leave heart. Brain, empty from nose, here.
They emptied the brain from the mummy through the nose.
Yeah.
It's like a horror movie.
It's happening really.
Across Cairo, in this lab, using the latest scanning technology, radiologist Professor Sahar Salim has examined many of those royal mummies.
This is the CT scan of Ramesses III, showing the skull. They removed the brain and they placed large amount of glue-like material called the resin. This is the perfect type of mummification, the royal quality mummification.
But the screaming mummy, she says, is different. Very different.
This is the screaming mummy skull. Unlike Ramesses III and all the royals, the brain was not removed. It was left there. The remaining organs are left to desiccate and to dry.
The screaming mummy was left to rot.
Yes.
The body of the screaming mummy holds other secrets too. When scientists took DNA samples from the mummies found in the cave and compared them, they made an astonishing discovery. The screaming mummy was none other than the king's own son. His name was Penn, and his crime, plotting with his mother, Queen Tia, to kill his father and steal the throne. He was sentenced by the royal court.
This is a court document. It is the court judgment. In this papyri, we can know how this boy, Penn, was in front of the court and they asked him to hang himself.
His punishment, the worst of all ancient Egyptian curses, to deny him happiness in the afterlife. He was never properly mummified.
This son who killed his father will go to hell.
But what about his mother, the evil queen behind the murder plot? She is still missing. Perhaps, says Dr. Hawass, she is among the countless unnamed mummies in the old Cairo Museum. Or maybe she's still out there. Coming up, incredible new finds in the Valley of the Kings, an exclusive look at the treasure of Tutankhamun, and the curse of the mummy's tomb.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We are in serious trouble.
Now, mummy movies almost always begin with a team of intrepid archaeologists riding off into the desert to find a lost tomb. Wow, look at these hieroglyphs. All just a movie, right? Well, not exactly. In 1922, an archaeologist and a British aristocrat unlocked a 3,000-year-old intact tomb, packed with treasure, and the mummy of the pharaoh, Tutankhamun. Then, mysteriously, members of the expedition began to die. The first to die was a pet canary. But the next victim was the financier of the expedition, Lord Carnarvon. Then, one man after another fell to the curse.
Dateline, Egypt.
At least that's how the world's press reported it. In truth, there was no curse inscribed in King Tut's tomb.
Spawned from the depths of doom.
That didn't stop Universal Studios in Hollywood, who had their mummy come to life, climb out of his tomb, and strangle his enemies.
Where will we find the mummy? Don't worry, the mummy will find you.
The bandaged guy dragging his leg. The mummy is basically a classy zombie, a classic monster, although because he moved so slowly, it did rather require victims to be paralyzed with terror and backed into a corner.
The discovery of the tomb and all the wonderful things found in it didn't just inspire mummy movies, it started a craze, Tutmania.
There was this huge fashion, a spin-off fashion for Egyptological tat. You know, you saw it in fashion designs in the 20s and 30s.
Those original artifacts from the tomb are now here. This is Cairo's brand new Grand Egyptian Museum. Wow. We went behind the scenes to get a sneak peek at some of the 5,000 objects from his tomb. It's an intimate look into the life of the Golden Pharaoh. 2 miniature coffins holding the embalmed remains of his stillborn daughters. Beautiful crafted bows.
What were these for?
Hunting lions, mainly.
Hunting lions?
Yes.
All boats?
All boats, yes. That's to go to the another world.
For another world? Boxes for food?
For food, yes.
This is for the wine.
Right.
Important in the afterlife that you have wine. What are these?
This is the Tutankhamun loincloths.
His underwear?
Yes.
How many of these were in the tomb?
145.
145?
Yes.
They really believed in the afterlife.
Some of the treasures have not been seen since the tomb was opened in the 1920s. Still packed in the original boxes.
There were lots of trays with about 1,500 fragments, gold, leather, textile. So this was all a very challenging puzzle, so to say.
Restorer Christian Ekman is painstakingly piecing objects back together. Gold-covered quivers, harnesses and bow cases fit for a king. This is the first time many of them have been filmed. But with the gold came the curse, some said. When Howard Carter unlocked the tomb, some of his co-workers dying soon after.
Are you worried about the curse as you
not
pick
at all.
through King Tut's things?
No, not at all. Yeah.
The thought didn't cross your mind as you picked through the box?
No.
In the museum's loading bay, I meet Professor Tarek Tawfiq, who helped put this state-of-the-art space together.
How do you feel as you see each new piece come in like this?
Each time it's exciting. I'm only again at ease when the piece is safe down on the ground.
On the ground.
And here is the pharaoh himself.
This is a statue of Tutankhamun that was discovered in the Karnak temples. This boyish face,
yes,
sweetness in the face. You immediately know this is Tutankhamun. The Grand Egyptian Museum will be the safe haven for not only Egypt's most important treasures, but from the heritage of humankind.
The Valley of the Nile recalls the dawn of recorded time.
When treasure hunters and explorers first came to Egypt, they found the colossal ruins of its awesome civilization, half buried in the desert. And today, the sand is still giving up its secrets. New and spectacular finds are being made here all the time. Recently, in the Valley of the Kings, archaeologists unearthed 20 elaborately decorated coffins of priests and high-ranking women. They were found just a few feet beneath the sand, where they had lain undisturbed for over 30 centuries. This, the moment so many around the world have been waiting for. Inside, a perfectly preserved mummy. Dr. Hawass was on hand to oversee the event.
These are the best coffins I've ever seen for this period.
His team has also discovered a lost city in the desert. The most important find since Tutankhamun, says Dr. Hawass. Now he is on the greatest quest of his career.
Another mystery.
Another tomb.
Another tomb.
Undiscovered.
Undiscovered.
A search for the tomb of Queen Nefertiti. She was the beautiful stepmother of Tutankhamun.
It was my dream since I was a child to look for her.
For Dr. Hawass, she is the ultimate prize. And he believes her tomb may be intact, somewhere in this remote valley.
It's a perfect place for the tomb of Nefertiti to be hidden here.
So he keeps digging, uncovering the mysteries of this ancient land.
Secrets. You never know what the sand of Egypt may hide.
With 85,000 square miles of desert to explore, that's a lot of places to hide those secrets.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends of today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
That's your
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are sailing the Mediterranean in search of lost civilizations to rediscover the great cities that vanished in the ancient past. Their legacy has lingered in our collective imagination for centuries, a reminder of our human frailty when faced with the awesome, destructive power of nature. And where better to begin than among the islands of Greece, where history and legend collide.
You look like a Greek god.
Okay, I'm a Greek man. I don't know about the other.
Skipper Theo Marinos navigates us to our first port of call, the spectacular island of Santorini, or as the Greeks know it by its ancient name, Thera. With its white stucco houses teetering on the edge of sheer cliffs, to many, this is a bucket list vacation destination, a tourist paradise where the sea here is as warm as a jacuzzi.
That's great.
But the warm water is a reminder that Santorini is an active volcano. 3,500 years ago, a colossal volcanic eruption ripped out the heart of this island. Everywhere you can see evidence of this awesome destruction. Ancient ash, a pumice mantle over 100 foot thick, blankets the entire island. A great city buried beneath. Streets, 3-story houses, beautiful wall paintings preserved. But the people who lived here, obliterated. These were the Minoans, an advanced race who ruled the seas. And this island was an important outpost of their vast maritime kingdom.
Now in this island of Atlantis, there was a great and wonderful empire.
And many now believe the inspiration for the legend of Atlantis, first written about by the philosopher Plato.
There were earthquakes and floods of extraordinary violence. And in a single dreadful day and night, the island of Atlantis was swallowed up by the sea and vanished.
Some experts say that Plato's Atlantis was located in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, but others believe that the inspiration was the destruction of Santorini.
Atlantis civilization existed here in Santorini.
Our skipper certainly thinks so.
Plato described a circle island with a volcano in the center, destroyed in one single night. That happened to Santorini.
And scientists here have recently discovered that the eruption from this supervolcano was even more destructive than previously thought.
In terms of the consequences of the eruption, it is likely the worst explosion mankind has ever known.
But the destruction didn't end there, says Kostas Sarnalakis, one of the world's foremost experts on tsunamis.
The initial wave is about 300 feet high.
Following in the wake of that colossal wave, we sail 90 miles south to the island of Crete, legendary birthplace of Zeus, the heart of the Minoan Empire. Archaeologist Dr. Sandy McIlvray has spent more than 30 years investigating what happened to the Minoan civilization here.
The sea comes up over all these buildings, knocking all these buildings down.
goes as far as that yellow field that you see up there at the end of the olive trees.
Way back there.
Way back there.
This was one of its major towns.
This was Main Street, separating these huge town blocks that were on either side. The whole town is completely wiped out. 25,000 people.
Down at the water's edge, you can find spectacular evidence of the tsunami's destruction.
There's some bone, wall plaster, more pottery, basically churned up households. These are fragments of an amphora, like a big two-handled jar. Okay, there's the base of a cup. See that round base? Goes like that. Sides come up here. Put a handle on there.
Wow. So someone might have been drinking from that as the wave came in.
Yeah.
As they came to the end of their life.
Entirely possible.
Isn't it amazing to just find this stuff here like this? I just can't believe that I'm holding maybe pieces of Atlantis in my hand.
Like the people described in Plato's Atlantis, the Minoans were advanced, and their palaces, like here in the ruined Minoan capital, Knossos, were magnificent.
This was like the Washington, D.C. of its era, a center of power and civilization.
They're the first culture in Europe that has running water coming down into their buildings. One of the things that we get from Minoan art, you see that men and women are equal. If anything, the women were more powerful. They just have this almost miraculous civilization.
Miraculous, yes, but Atlantis?
I really suspect that the Minoan civilization and Santorini is where Atlantis is.
Amazingly, and despite the similarities to Atlantis, Dr. McIlvray is not so sure.
Where is Atlantis?
If it's not here, go west through the Pillars of Hercules into the Atlantic Ocean.
He believes that when Plato wrote that Atlantis was beyond the Pillars of Hercules, he meant outside the Mediterranean.
You think it's in the Atlantic?
Well, I mean, I read Plato as an undergraduate. I did classics and developed a fairly high opinion, and I really don't think it's fiction.
So, was Plato's inspiration the destruction of Santorini? Or is it just a story? Or perhaps, just perhaps, is there a lost Atlantis somewhere beneath the ocean? Next, we travel west, across the Mediterranean, to another lost city. It too was destroyed by a volcano, but this place is definitely not a legend. Pompeii.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Way back into history, over thousands of years, all over the Mediterranean, great civilizations have risen and fallen. Some were known to historians, but others were lost to time. Troy in Turkey, like Atlantis, was thought to be a fiction until an archaeologist who believed the story was based on fact began excavating this hill and found it. When a Swiss explorer disguised as an Arab traveller entered this canyon, he rediscovered the secret hidden city of Petra.
One of the most exciting finds ever.
As recently as 20 years ago, divers off the coast of Egypt found the ruins of an Egyptian city that had been swallowed by the sea. And these incredible structures on the islands of Malta are more than 5,500 years old, more ancient than Stonehenge and the pyramids. But the most celebrated of all lost cities lies on the west coast of Italy, in the shadow of the volcano Vesuvius.
At 12 noon, disaster struck. A massive explosion of molten rock flying into the air like a pine tree, one witness said. The volcano ejecting thousands of tons of material per second. It fell here upon the horrified people of Pompeii. Pumice and burning ash raining down on this city. It must have seemed like the end of the world.
Pompeii and its sister city, Herculaneum, were utterly destroyed. Their people buried beneath an avalanche of ash.
Everything was covered with this ash.
Just one day before that eruption, Pompeii was a thriving vacation resort for the Romans. There was an amphitheatre for gladiatorial combat, and street after street of grand houses with beautiful gardens. Inside these palatial homes, the walls are covered with brightly coloured paintings, depicting a luxurious existence of leisure and pleasure.
What a life these folks had.
But for many, a terrible death. Thousands fled in panic, waiting to be rescued from the beaches by the fleet of galleys under the command of the great Roman admiral, Pliny. Others were not so lucky, suffocated by burning gas, then buried in a deadly rain of falling ash. This famous figure is crouching, as if in prayer, certainly in terror, and we're only now truly learning of the horrors. Although more than 1,000 bodies have now been recovered here, what happened to everyone else?
The population of ancient Pompeii was 30,000.
30,000 people.
Inside the town.
But they are out there, somewhere, says Professor Osana, hidden beneath the ash.
Oh, there you are, all of our Today in 30 viewers. It's happy to see you guys look better than ever, and we're happy that you spent your Tuesday with us.
Happy Tuesday. You're back for another episode of our digital show, Today in 30. Lots going on, so let's break it down for you.
All right, we're going to start out with that report from Texas. Hurricane Nicholas roared ashore. We'll take a look at the damage it brought to parts of the South, and those are a lot of folks still cleaning up from Ida.
Yeah, they don't need it. Then our own Mr.